the room, please come in so we can get started. Thank you. We have about a minute to start, so if we still have participants outside, delegates, please come in so we can get started. Thank you. Mr. Yves Iradukunda, Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of ICT and Innovation for the Republic of Rwanda. Honorable Michel Munga, Minister of Labor for the Central African Republic. Permanent Secretary Amina Zawede of ICT in Uganda. Executive Secretary of TED Fund Nigeria, Professor Suleiman Elias Bogoro. The General Manager of ICDL Africa, Solange Mulisa. CEO of ICL Foundation, Damien O'Sullivan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Regis Isheja. I'll be your MC and moderator for the day. I didn't hear enough, pep in your voice. Good morning. Now we're talking. See, we're slowly winning the COVID fight here, so I need everybody to have some pep in their voice, in their step, so we can get this going. So please help me. We're here for the ICDL forum. I actually hosted this a couple years ago. We couldn't have one last year. I'm excited because digital literacy is something that's truly dear to my heart, and to still see gaps is something I'm not okay with. So we'll be discussing this today. I know you guys are as excited as I am to see, the gap be smaller, get smaller and smaller on the continent. I'll give you a quick overview of the program. So we'll have welcoming remarks from the General Manager of ICDL Africa, and then a keynote address by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and Innovation in Rwanda. Then after that, we'll have a remark from the CEO of ICDL Foundation. Quickly after that, we'll have a small break of about 5 to 10 minutes, a coffee break. We'll come back to a presentation from ATC. A documentary will follow right after. Then we'll have the panel discussion. Now I'll explain the whole thing to you. We have an online presence, as you can see behind me as well. So we're being followed on YouTube as well. We'll have questions from the room, one question each for each panelist, and then we'll take questions from the room and from our Twitter and YouTube following. Right after that, we'll have a practice award ceremony, a best practice award ceremony. And the last thing will be the closing remarks, again, by the Minister of Labor from the Central African Republic. Pour ceux qui parlent français, ne vous en faites pas. Je suis là pour rendre facile votre vie, pour m'assurer que tout le monde sorte d'ici satisfait. Donc, je serai là pour traduire quand cela sera nécessaire. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me ask for welcoming remarks the General Manager of ICDL Africa, Solange Umulisa, to please give us a few words.
Dear Permanent Secretary, Ministry of ICT in Rwanda, Honorable Minister of Labor, Employment, Social Protection, Vocational Training in Central African Republic, dear Permanent Secretary, Ministry of ICT in Uganda, Executive Secretary, TED Fund, Nigeria, CEO, ICDL Foundation, Deputy Managing Director, ANSUT, CEOs and representatives here, ICDL Africa country managers and regional representatives, our representatives from different accredited test centers from various parts of Africa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 2021 ICDL Africa Forum, focusing on the need and the role of digital skills, plus how challenges of digital skills gap can be addressed in the Africa workforce. Many of us have traveled for long distances from different African countries and Europe to participate in this forum. Others are attending online, and I would like to thank you all. Allow me from the outset to express our deepest gratitude to the PS of the Ministry of ICT and Innovation in Rwanda to accept to grace this event. ICDL Africa is pleased to host this forum in Kigali this year, where we have the opportunity to discuss and share on the theme, Act Now to Address the Digital Divide in Africa. I would like to thank everyone for coming here to share your expertise, your experience. This will be an exciting and knowledge-packed session to showcase the benefits, challenges, and solutions to digital literacy as we work together to achieve our one of the ICDL Africa's dream of building, certifying individual competences in the use of computers and other digital tools. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one may ask a question: why is this forum being held, and why is it important? The answer lies in the demands of the world we live in now. We live in a period of rapid change driven by technology, and ICT sector is the center of the change. Our ability to absorb and adopt the changes will depend on how digital literate our African workforce is. As we all know, human resources are the most valuable assets to any organization. Therefore, human capacity development is key to the success of our organizations. The question we should all ask ourselves in this era of digital evolution is our workforce digitally literate enough to embrace the use of technology? The theme of ICDL Africa Forum this year, Act Now to Address the Digital Divide in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my humble request that you join us in this forum as we seek to access the need for digital skills development in Africa, understand the workforce in Africa, have the necessary knowledge and skills in digital literacy, look at the role of the strategic partners in Africa in relation to their workforce, what can be done to address digital skills gap, evaluate the need for standardization of digital literacy across Africa. It is an eventful day as we receive panelists to discuss the theme, and we will also appreciate the good work that has been done in Africa regarding digital literacy and present best practice awards to institutions that have played a major role in contributing to digital literacy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have different speakers with us. Many thanks to them, and I am sure that this forum will be very informative, productive, and enjoyable. Once again, to all of you, thank you for being here, and I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. And now, without further ado, the keynote address by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and Innovation of Rwanda, Yves Iratukunda.
Honorable Minister of Labor from the Central African Republic, Permanent Secretary of the ICT Ministry in Uganda, Executive Secretary of State Fund in Nigeria, CEO of ICDL Foundation, General Manager of ICDL Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And it's a privilege to be with you as this important ICDL forum. I also take this chance to welcome you to Kigali, to all our international delegates that are participating in this year's ICDL Africa Forum. It is also important that we are reconnecting, finally, physically, in person, after a long period of remoteness, which has actually reminded us of the crucial role that programs like ICDL have in our lives. While there are advances of technology worldwide and its application in government or corporate institutions is creating a strong demand for highly skilled workforce, the pandemic has played a key part in the recent acceleration in the digitization movement. We are also currently seeing these trends globally, and it's not in any select sectors, but rather across all sectors, from agriculture to trade, to finance, and even retail. With the current jobs now entailing the use of technology, and with more than 70% of them requiring professional digital skills for productivity, it is now more than ever important to invest into our digital skills and into the capacities of our people. While embarking on a digital transformation journey a little over 20 years ago, especially after we identified ICT as the key driver for growth, the government of Rwanda invested in the necessary ICT infrastructure and tools, as well as deploying the necessary countrywide connectivity infrastructure. Today, our coverage stands around 98% for both 3G and 4G, and created also working partnerships with the local private sector towards services digitization. The service digitization undertaking quickly grew starting 2015, mainly through the launch of Irembo as a platform, and as well as an online one-stop center for public e-service, which has since then digitized 98 public services and made it easier for over 8 million Rwandans and foreigners to access these services. With our grand ambition to become a regional ICT hub and attain 60% of adult and 100% youth trained in digital literacy by the year 2024, through our National Strategy for Transformation, NST1, programs like ICDL certifications are a very critical contributor to our success. Low digital literacy levels translate into inadequate ability to finding and consuming information and creating content, and therefore that hinders the pace of adoption of digital solutions and overall progress of a government or an economy. With the infrastructure in place and the services online, it was important to now empower our citizens by giving them the ability to access and use these services. We are very glad to find a valuable partner in ICDL since 2017. Today and since then, over 7,600 individuals have been certified, and more than 73 ICDL accredited test centers have been established across the country. Adult digital literacy grew at an encouraging pace from 8.9% in 2017 to 20.4% in 2019. To continue on that commitment to empower our citizens with digital literacy, we have recently approved a new government institutional rationalization strategy, which relies heavily on fast-tracking digitization and automation efforts, as well as digital literacy for the workforce program, which aims at providing the workforce the necessary digital skills to improve efficiency and productivity And this is done through ICDL, only to name a few projects we are working on together with the ICDL. With this, I just wanted to highlight the importance that the government of Rwanda puts on the partnership with ICDL in particular, but more importantly, in empowering all the citizens with the digital literacy that is needed to be able to advance, both in terms of our economy, as well as improving governance and services to the citizens. We are therefore very honored to be hosting this forum, but more so honored to continue the ICDL program as a great partner and a unique tool to our digital transformational journey. It's a pleasure once again to be joining you this morning, and I look forward to fruitful conversations as we renew our commitments to do even more now that we have seen the gaps that were highlighted by the COVID-19. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great day.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. I'll now kindly ask the Chief Executive Officer of ICDL Foundation, Damien O'Sullivan, for a few words.
Distinguished guests, Minister, Permanent Secretary, Executive Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, friends and partners of ICDL. It's a great pleasure for me to be back in Kigali after 2 years. A long time to be away from a place that I've grown to love and has become so important to the ICDL network. I represent the global ICDL organization, and my presence here today is to emphasize how important the work of ICDL Africa and the partners of ICDL Africa are to the global organization. This is my first ICDL business trip since COVID hit. I've been grounded for the last 20 months, but my first trip is back to Africa because of the importance of this event. My last trip before COVID hit was in February 2020. Perhaps not coincidentally, it was also to Africa, that time to Benin and to Cote d'Ivoire. So I think you can believe me when I say that ICDL Africa is critical to the ICDL global organization. We might advance, Joseph. And again. Before this pandemic hit us, when we would engage with partners around the world, when we would talk to governments, when we would talk to employers, to educators, we would be arguing in favor of a digital skills strategy, talking about why an organization, why a government, why an institution would need a digital skills strategy. And many of you will have heard me mention these three key elements. This was a common experience, common challenge experience around the world. And these were the arguments in favor of focusing on digital skills and why having a digital skills strategy was so important. We talked about there being a new digital divide, about perception and reality, and digital native fallacy. So we talk about how there is quite a difference between what we regard as digital lifestyle skills and digital workplace skills. And that just because a person is seemingly proficient in the use of their smartphone in their personal life, it does not necessarily mean that they have the skills that the workplace demands, that employers need, and that there is a divide between those who have digital lifestyle skills and digital workplace skills. We also would have talked about perception and reality, how most people overestimate their competence in the use of digital tools. And when we perform objective assessment of their digital skills, that their measurement of their competence is much lower. So there's clearly a distinction between the individual's perception of the strength of their digital skills and the reality. And also a problem with employers, with managers overestimating the competence of their own team. And we would also have spoken about the digital native fallacy, the fallacy that young people have the skills that are required in the workplace. Again, they may be proficient in the use of smartphones, of social tools, of entertainment tools, but not proficient in the use of technology that's required in the workplace. So these were the common arguments in support of focusing on digital skills and developing a digital skills strategy. We would also have spoken about how most jobs will now require digital skills, and often quoted the European Commission, who estimated that 90% of jobs will require some level of digital skills. So pre-pandemic, the discussion was about why do we need a digital skills strategy? And the response that we've got would range from people saying it's unnecessary, our people are skilled, to agreeing that possibly or probably they needed a digital skills strategy, and then the insightful people who would recognize that they definitely need a digital skills strategy. And of course, many of you who have engaged with ICDL pre-pandemic would have clearly shared our view that digital skills are critical to development. Then the pandemic hit, and all countries were faced with a response to the crisis. So what we saw over the last 20 months was lockdown and issues around continuity. So we had businesses looking at business continuity. We had a focus on schools and colleges around education continuity, healthcare continuity. How do we continue to offer healthcare to our citizens? How does government keep working? How does public administration continue in the face of lockdown and restriction? And then the particular public health actions that had to be put in place around testing and tracing, treatment, vaccination, communicating with the population, all at massive scale. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people having to be engaged with and put through processes around testing, vaccinating, etc. And what has been key to that has been digital technology. It was the application of technology that enabled us to have business continuity and education continuity and public administration continuity. So what we saw was rapid digital transformation, more digital transformation in the space of 3 months than maybe happened in 3, 5, 10 years before that. We saw a big focus on devices, on applications, on connectivity. But then what we saw was the gap, that the digital skills gap became even more apparent as we tried to roll out technology, as we saw the need to enable people to work from home, to connect online, to continue to do their work in a very different way. And so what we have learned all over the world, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, in the Middle East, in the Americas, in all countries, what we've seen is students, teachers, workers, management not having strong enough digital skills to support that digital transformation. Digital transformation doesn't happen by applying technology. The transformation happens with the people. So we're now hopefully approaching a post-pandemic phase, And what we have seen over the last 20 months will start to result in permanent change. And it will result in permanent change in the world of work. This research from McKinsey looking at how occupations will change. And they're talking about a shift in the mix of occupations by 2030. So over a very short period of time, the next 8-9 years, what we will see is roles changing. It may not be very clear, but at the bottom, examples in the dark shading, black shading, these are roles that will see significant decrease around office support, production warehousing, food services, customer services. The ones at the top in the darker blue, these will see significant increase in roles in healthcare, in care workers, in STEM professionals, managers, business and legal. And what is certain is that in those roles that will increase, there will be an absolute reliance on technology. What this means for the existing workforce is that millions of workers around the world will be faced with change over the next 8 or 9 years to 2030. So this graphic is showing how a significant percentage of the workforce in these countries will have to shift to new types of role, and it has been accelerated because of COVID. So it's estimating that in Germany, for example, 5.8 million people will be faced with a job transition. That's in the current workforce. In France, 2.5 million. In China, 54 million. These are people who are currently in work who will be faced with transitioning to new types of role over the coming years. And that's not to mention all of the other people who will stay in their current role, but the way that they perform that role will change. So now what we're faced with is a different environment where there's increased focus and investment in digital skills because of what we have experienced over the past 20 months. There's increased recognition and acceptance that there is a digital skills gap. Where there was skepticism before, now people are sure. Within their own organization, management can see that there is a digital skills gap. Within public administration, within the education system, there is no longer an argument, there is no longer a question. We have seen that there is a skills gap. So governments are expressing grave concern about the current workforce because of the level of change that is required now. So there is a focus on skilling, reskilling, upskilling all over the world. And this comes also in an era where we're looking at longer working lives. Somebody who is today, like myself, in mid-50s, no longer can look forward to retirement at 60. We will be expected to work not just to 65, but to 70 and beyond. We can see it in advanced economies like Singapore, where we're very familiar with it. Quite senior people still in the workforce. So if we are going to be in the workforce as 50-year-olds for the next 20 years, what level of technological change are we going to have to deal with? And of course, we have to also recognize that our future workforce, which is the young people in the education system at the moment, they're not being sufficiently prepared. They're not job ready when they leave. So job readiness is one of the new buzzwords or terms that governments are talking about. Are our young people job ready? Do they leave the education system with the skills that employers want? And digital skills is the real practical skills that young people need, as well as their academic qualification. So to what extent is the primary and secondary school system preparing young people? To what extent is the vocational and higher education system preparing young people? Surely the vocational system and the higher education system should result in job-ready young people. So there is a recognition now that we need strategies, but not just a strategy. We need action plans. We need formal approaches to ensure that we have the systems in place to deliver on digital skills. And it requires focus. For many years, digital skills have been talked about in Europe, and budgets have been allocated for digital skills programs in Europe. But when you look at the performance, those lines represent data from 4 different years measuring the percentage of the population with digital skills between 2015 and 2019. Those lines are very flat. So we're talking about around 56% of the population having very basic digital skills, and it hardly moves. We're talking about around 30% having higher level of digital skills, and it moves between 29% and 31% over 4 years. That's very slow progress. So it requires extra focus, extra effort, extra investment if we're going to have a significant impact. And to share with you, again, experience from the European Union, they're also concerned about the number of ICT specialists. And again, very slow progress. So the lower 3 lines on that table, between 2016 and 2018, it moved from 3.7% of the workforce being ICT specialists to 3.9%. Not a big shift, despite all of the emphasis on getting young people into computer science and related courses. The number of graduates moving from 3.5 to 3.6% over 2 years. So there's renewed effort within the European Union. They've established the European Union Digital Decade. So from 2021 to 2030, extra focus, extra effort, extra investment in digital skills. So their ambition is to move from 56% of adults with basic digital skills to 80% in the next 8 years. They've targeted growing the ICT workforce from 8.4 million to 20 million. So there's very concrete ambition, but it's not going to happen without extreme focus, effort, and investment. So as I said, pre-pandemic, we were focused on why, the why of a digital skills strategy. Why does my organization need it? Why does my institution need it? Why does my ministry need it? Why does our economy, our society need it? And now it has shifted. It's not about why, it's about how. We recognize we need it. Now it's about how to do it. And I've shared the ICDL experience with you before and what we've seen as best practice around the world. So international best practice would suggest that as a country, you should define a skills standard. You can define a national standard or you can adopt an international standard. But it's about saying across your own country, across your public sector, across your private sector, what standards do you need for different types of roles? Rwanda has done that already, so a number of years ago defined a digital talent policy. So that's specifying what the expectation is, what do we need as a country. You can then approve compliance certification. So certification is a tool that will support your strategy. And again, you could have a national or international certification. Of course, we would say that it should be ICDL because ICDL is the best. But it is about formally recognizing appropriate certification. It's about building partnership with public and private sector. This cannot be done by government alone. It cannot be left to the private sector alone. It has to be a partnership between public and private sector. And you have to scale up carefully because quality is key. If you don't focus on quality, you won't have a successful implementation of strategy. And it's about focusing on both current and future workforce, looking at the civil service, the public sector more widely, looking at SMEs and corporates, what are the skills that different types of organizations need. It's looking at how the vocational and higher education sector and primary and secondary education sectors can contribute to the delivery of a strategy. And it comes down to practicalities, what we call the ABC approach. It's as simple as that. It's about assessing, building, and certifying skills. And the most important thing to do is to start. Don't spend too long time strategizing. You can strategize as you learn. So start, get pilots going, start implementing, refine your strategy. Develop delivery capability, build a network of delivery partners, and then extend and sustain it. So while it requires focus and effort and investment, it's not complicated. But we do have to do it. And as I mentioned, certification is a key tool in delivering on a digital skills strategy. And we believe that ICDL is the most important and most effective tool. So very often we're asked about, well, why ICDL? And the simple answer is it works. And we have examples all over the world of how ICDL works. And the reason it works is because it's all we do. ICDL is not a technology company that also offers training or certification in our own products. ICDL is not a general education organization. We focus only on digital skills. So part of the reason that ICDL works is because it's all we do. And the other aspect is we are both global and local. We're here. Wherever ICDL is implemented, we're there on the ground. It's not about supplying content. It's about building a network of partners and supporting those partners. So the reason that ICDL works is we're here. And we build capacity locally, but also operate on a global standard. Now, there's lots of examples that I could share with you from around the world, but we have a document on the table, the references and endorsements brochure gives you examples from all over the world of where ICDL works, and that's the best testament to what we do. The detailed answer about why ICDL, why you should choose ICDL, why ICDL works, relates to what we call the ICDL advantage, where there's 4 key pillars to the strength of ICDL around our program, our platform, our pricing, and our people. So when we look at our programs, as I said, we're not a technology company. So we look at what skills people need. And of course, we are all users of multiple technologies. So if you look at a vendor program, a vendor logically provides training and certification in the use of their own product. But we all use multiple products. So the focus of ICDL is to look at what are the skills that people need. So our workforce program, our ICDL professional program, our ICDL Insights program is providing people with the skills and understanding they need across technology from multiple vendors. And it doesn't matter whether it's Microsoft or Apple or Google or Salesforce. Our job is to focus on the skills people need. The job of the vendor, the software vendor, is to sell their software. So they'll focus on the skills you need to use their product. We focus on the skills you need to do your job. If we move on to the second aspect is around our platform. So Skillsbox is our technology platform. And it follows that same ABC approach. It's about providing assessments, building skills using e-learning and e-books, and providing certification opportunities. So we introduced Skillsbox quite rapidly into Africa last year in response to the pandemic because we needed online delivery to provide that continuity. We've also introduced digital badging and digital certificates, again reflective of changing in technology, but also connecting with how people want to share. So the opportunity for our candidates and our young people is to share their success. They achieve a digital badge which can be shared online. But our technology is supporting what we do. And a big focus now is on providing e-learning resources. So for all of the ICDL workforce modules, we now have e-learning as part of the module pack that we provide. And this will facilitate a blended approach to building skills. We still need to support our learners with tutoring, with workshops, but by providing e-learning, we enable them to make progress at their own pace in a supported environment. So that's programs and platform. The next pillar of the ICDL advantages is pricing. And our approach to pricing is to provide simplicity, flexibility, and a cost-effective solution. So we've introduced changes in the last few months to enhance the cost-effectiveness of it. And it's about providing that complete solution. So within a module pack, every module, what we provide for the fee is 3 assessments, access to e-learning or an e-book, a certification test, and then 1 resit opportunity. And that's included in the price of $20 for a module pack. But if you're engaging learners in multiple modules, then a profile pack is a cost-effective solution. What we offer is value. But again, everybody has to do their own job. We do digital skills. We build a network and we support that network. And we're not funded and we're not a funder. So there is logically a fee that has to apply that supports not just the supply of content, it supports the infrastructure of ICDL that's key to success. So we say it's better value than free content. Free content rarely works because the content part is the easiest part. What we need is the skill set around the network. What we need is the certification processes. What we need is the focus on quality. And then the last of the 4 pillars, Joseph, is people. And it's the reason that ICDL works. Yes, we have the best program, the best platform, great pricing, but it's about people. It's about the ICDL teams that we have in each country. It's about the network that we build working in partnership with you, and it's about strategic relationships with government, with different state agencies. It is that partnership that leads to success. ICDL is a people business, not a technology business. It's about people, and its strength is its people. And it's about the relationships that we build. But it's also about ensuring that we have a common approach. So we move on, Joseph. One of the aspects of ICDL that we emphasize most, it's our key value. is around credibility. So it's the credibility of ICDL as an organization, it's the credibility of ICDL as a certification, it's the credibility of the ICDL global network. And ultimately, it's about ensuring that a candidate who achieves ICDL certification in any test center has the same experience as a candidate in any other test center. So we need competence, we need character, we need consistency. So ICDL, as an organization, as a network, we have a character, we have a way of working, we have a belief system, we have a set of values. We also have a competence. This is what we do, and we're good at it because it's the only thing we do. But it's consistency. It's so important. So we talk about the consistency not just in terms of ourselves. Am I as effective and professional on a Wednesday as I am on a Tuesday? It's about our network. How consistent are we? It's about our test centers. That's why we put so much emphasis on quality, on auditing, to ensure consistency. So if we have practice which falls below the standard, then we have to address it. We have to be confident that the certification that's achieved in Rwanda is of exactly the same standard when it's achieved in Ireland or Germany or Singapore or Nigeria. And it's not just between countries, it's within the country. How do we ensure consistency across all of our test centers? And as a partner, ICDL as an organization engaging with governments in particular, credibility is key. So as it says, credibility is the degree to which other people can anticipate your future behavior. Government should be able to anticipate our future behavior. If you deal with ICDL, you know what you're getting. You can be confident how we will behave next month, next year, 5 years from now. We've been doing this for 25 years. We'll do it for another 25 years. So we are a long-term partnership. So it's about people, and it's about an approach that we take. So if we move on. So coming back to what I said at the start, I'm here because of the importance of ICDL Africa. And the reason why ICDL Africa is important to us is about the approach we take as a global organization. We have a particular view of what it means to be global. When you think of a global brand, you think of Microsoft, Facebook, Apple. You think American. If you think of Samsung, Korean. You think of Mercedes or BMW, you think German. Despite the fact that they are available globally, they don't feel global. They are, by nature, where they came from. With ICDL, we didn't want ICDL to be that type of global. When you think of ICDL, we don't want you to think of that very good European program available in Africa. We didn't want the people in Singapore to think of ICDL as that program that comes from Ireland or Europe. Our approach is to be truly global, so that ICDL feels as African as it feels European, as Asian as it is African. That's the way we work, and that's been our ambition. So when we came to establish the ICDL Africa operation here in Rwanda in 2015, it was coming with that ambition. We don't want to be offering a program from Europe to Africa. Of course, it has to start somewhere and it has to spread. But what our ambition is to say, by establishing ICDL Africa, we wanted ICDL, first of all, in Africa. We don't want to deliver it from Europe. It has to be in Africa, it has to be for Africa, and it has to be by Africa. And the reason I'm so happy to be back is it's starting to feel like it is as African as it is European. And my hope for you is that you feel that you are part of ICDL, part of ICDL Africa, and that by adopting ICDL as your program, it is something that you feel you have control over. We can all learn from each other and ideas spread around the world, which is good, but you have to make it your own. So the opportunity is for you to say, we'll be part of ICDL, we will build this success story of ICDL Africa, and we will adapt to meet our local needs. And that's how we work. So I am the sole representative of the global organization here today. Why? Because you don't need us. You're part of us. I come here as the figurehead to offer my encouragement and support, but what is being built here is that capability. And it's the same story in Asia, and you see the examples in the brochure. ICDL has been a standard used by the Singapore government for over 10 years. And lots of ideas from Singapore and Asia have been implemented in how we have developed ICDL over the years. Singapore doesn't need something from Europe, but they adopted ICDL because of that approach, that philosophy that we have. It can be Singaporean, it can be Asian. And so we're part of one global network, but a network of equals. Just to finish, a couple of comments about Rwanda. It's probably no surprise that our headquarters is in Ireland, our Africa headquarters is in Rwanda, our Asian headquarters is in Singapore. It wasn't that we had a very clearly defined plan, but it is about knowing what you want when you see it. So what is common about Ireland and Rwanda and Singapore, the key three hubs that we have, is they're small countries, and small countries look outward. So we're trying to build relationships across Africa. We need to start from a place that looks outward. Ireland looks out into the world. Rwanda looks out into the world, looks out across Africa, Singapore the same. Why? Because you have to when you're small. Aren't that many places to go within your country? Rwanda, like Ireland, like Singapore, is also a country that emphasizes education. Because like Ireland and Singapore, the key asset in Rwanda is your people. So where I come from, Ireland, we have transformed the country over the last 50, 60 years because of education. Because all we have, a key asset is our people. So we have established a highly skilled workforce that has enabled us to attract investment into Ireland as a hub for all of Europe. And of course, education is key to that. And the third aspect is around adopting technology. We don't have a lot of natural resources in Ireland, same as in Singapore, same as here. It's about the people. So we look to technology and education to build this national resource. So we came to Rwanda because on paper it looked like it would have what we need, and the experience has been so positive because we have been able to build such a strong team, to find the expertise that we need, to work with the government here to establish best practice. So we can now point to Rwanda when we're talking across Africa about how to do this. We don't have to rely on European examples or Asian examples. and nobody feels threatened by the small country. So we can go to your larger neighbours, we can go to West Africa, we can go to Nigeria, and we can talk about what we do, we can talk about how it's working in Rwanda, and people are open. It's only a matter of scale beyond that. If it works in Rwanda, it can work in your countries. You might have to scale it up significantly. So for us, this has been a really exciting journey, really successful one. We have nothing but positive experiences, and seeing how ICDL is extending across Africa and being adopted is really satisfying. But what we have here has enabled us to look at how we extend the influence of ICDL Africa into the global network. So one of the things we're doing is establishing a content and platform development hub here. So we're hiring e-learning developers and software developers here to be part of the Skillsbox and ICDL team to extend our capability, not just for Africa, but for the global organization. So we will be doing more development here, as well as in Ireland and Singapore and elsewhere, because of the expertise that we can find locally, because of the attitude, the work ethic, because of the culture. So it's really, really positive. So to finish, it is about that ICDL advantage, that combination of program, platform, pricing, and people, but most of all the people. And you are key to that, and I do want to thank all of you for being part of ICDL. As we always say, you don't buy ICDL, you join ICDL. And it's that partnership that we have across Africa that is enabling ICDL to become the standard for Africa. It's enabling ICDL Africa to play an equal role across the global organization. So the last two slides, just to summarize, it's about how we build a digital skills strategy, not why. It's about a simple approach, ABC, assess, build, certify, and it's about getting started. If you haven't started, just start. Don't talk about it too much. Start, then talk about it, and learn as you go. And in regard to ICDL, ICDL works. So if you haven't, join us, be part of ICDL, and share it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damien. Pour ceux qui parlent français, qui n'auraient pas totalement saisi tout ce que le CEO de ICDL Foundation vient de nous apprendre en quelques minutes. Grosso modo, il a parlé du fait que, avec la pandémie, qui est en train de, on espère, aller à sa fin, les gens ont dû réapprendre à vivre d'une autre manière. On a tous dû apprendre à vivre d'une autre manière. Les choses ne seront plus comme elles étaient avant. Travailler dans un bureau était quasi obligatoire à un moment donné. Aujourd'hui, les choses changent. On a compris qu'on peut travailler de la maison, on peut travailler remotely, les choses sont en train de changer. Alors ce qu'il a voulu nous faire comprendre, c'est que plus cela arrive, plus on va devoir rendre l'accès à la technologie beaucoup plus possible pour ceux qui n'y ont pas accès. Il faut rendre les choses plus accessibles à ceux qui n'y ont pas accès. Et en gros, il nous a expliqué avec des chiffres, avec des exemples, comment cela devrait arriver. Il a expliqué qu'il est de retour après 2 ans et qu'il commence par l'Afrique parce que justement cela tient à cœur à ICDL, qu'il y ait une réduction, que l'écart entre ceux qui ont et ceux qui n'ont pas accès à la technologie prenne fin, ou en tout cas diminue le plus possible. Il nous a donné aussi, il nous a fait un petit parallèle, il nous a cité comme analogie le fait que ICDL se trouve en Irlande, au Singapour et au Rwanda, et que ce n'est pas un hasard. Ce sont 3 petits pays géographiquement, mais qui marchent, qui fonctionnent. et que c'est plus facile d'aller prêcher chez nos voisins, dans d'autres pays, comme la Côte d'Ivoire, comme le Nigeria, etc., une fois que ICDL fonctionne ici. Et ils accueillent cela les bras grands ouverts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a small break, a small coffee break of about 15 minutes. We'll be right back after it. Enjoy. Thank you.
but the village not village life.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope the coffee break did you some good. We're now gonna move on to the next phase of the program. Once again, we're acknowledging those who are following on our YouTube platform. Also, those who are interacting with us via Twitter. One thing to mention here is that around 5 p.m. there will be a cocktail that will take place upstairs. Those who were here a couple years ago remember where it took place on the rooftop. That will be around 5 p.m. Also tomorrow there will be a Kigali bus tour. There'll be a Kigali bus tour. It will fetch $40, US dollars. Those who want more information can speak with Sam, who's at the back of the room. Speak to Sam if you want more information about the Kigali bus tour tomorrow, which will fetch $40 US. All right, moving along, we now have an ATC presentation by the Certification Coaching Center from Senegal, CCC Institute. Please come forward.
Merci bien. C'est Mamadou Barassemble, le CEO de Certification Coaching Center. Donc, toutes mes salutations d'abord à toute l'assistance, aux autorités présentes. Mes salutations aux autorités déjà étatiques, au CEO d'ICDL à Solange, la directrice d'ICDL Africa, à M. Daris Baguidi, qui est le représentant d'ICDL en Afrique francophone, et surtout tous mes collègues représentants d'ATC présents à Kigali. Donc, Certification Coaching Center, plus connu sous le nom de 3C, c'est, comme vous le savez, c'est un centre de formation professionnelle continue, de certification et de reconversion autour des métiers du numérique. Donc, l'histoire avec 3C a démarré surtout en 2006, je dirais, parce que simplement c'était l'année où j'ai eu ma toute première certification en informatique. J'avais eu autant un MCP, Microsoft Certified Professional, avant de devenir un formateur avec Global Knowledge Dubai. Donc, on a eu à parcourir un peu le continent africain pour faire pas mal de pays en animant des sessions de formation certifiante. Donc, c'est là où la passion a commencé. Donc, avant que 3C soit mis en place en 2017, précisément, le démarrage était effectif à Dakar. Et on a comme mission, en tant que centre de formation et de capacitation, de contribuer surtout à rendre accessibles les ressources humaines africaines qui auront des compétences qui seront en phase surtout avec les standards internationaux. Donc, on peut voir le prochain slide. Pour la mission, donc, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, l'idée c'était vraiment comment disposer de ressources humaines africaines aussi compétentes que d'autres ressources ailleurs. 50% selon l'Union africaine, une étude, 50% des diplômés de nos universités en Afrique peinent à trouver de l'emploi, faute d'adéquation entre les acquis de la formation et les attentes du marché du travail. Et nous, notre conviction est que la certification peut être une vraie alternative dans la mesure où on a carrément une mise à niveau qui est assurée d'une façon continue. Et donc, avec cette reconnaissance planétaire, ça règle un peu ce problème de, je dirais, de crédibilité et de respectabilité de nos ressources humaines formelles. Donc, oui. On s'adresse à plusieurs secteurs. Donc, c'est d'abord surtout tout ce qui est corporate, une offre corporate allant dans le sens d'accompagner les entreprises pour la mise à niveau des compétences pratiques des collaborateurs. Ensuite, quand on a démarré, on s'est confronté à une réalité chez nous au Sénégal, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de PME, surtout les petites, qui ne financent pas trop les projets de formation, surtout quand il s'agit de formation certifiante des collaborateurs. Donc, il y a eu beaucoup d'engouement, surtout pour les jeunes cadres et tout, mais des fois, les moyens font défaut. Et donc, on a eu cette volonté de rendre accessible la certification. C'est notre philosophie, c'est notre manière de faire à travers des offres qui sont vraiment en phase avec les capacités de paiement des particuliers. Donc, notre ambition, c'est en réalité ça, c'est de rendre la certification accessible, que ça ne soit plus une affaire d'élite, mais accessible à toutes les couches de la population. On a aussi le Skill Up qui a comme ambition surtout d'accompagner les ressources humaines dans le upskilling, n'est-ce pas, donc pour un maintien d'une mise à niveau continue de leurs capacités, donc sur des sujets qui tournent autour des thématiques liées aux technologies d'information. Donc on a voulu dès le départ être un centre spécialisé vraiment sur le numérique et surtout axé sur la certification. Donc, oui. Quand on a démarré de 2017 à aujourd'hui, on a pu quand même concrétiser pas mal d'accréditations qui nous permettent surtout d'offrir des programmes de formation certifiante. On a l'honneur déjà d'être le tout premier cabinet accrédité ICDL au Sénégal. Donc, on a aussi d'autres accréditations à l'image du Digital Marketing Institute qui nous place comme un centre qui peut fournir un peu du contenu. Dans ce sens, on est le premier en Afrique francophone. On est aussi un centre d'examen Person View pour d'autres passages liés toujours à l'informatique. Donc, cette logique de non seulement offrir la formation, mais aussi offrir la possibilité pour les autodidactes de faire passer leurs examens de certification. Donc, on est dans cette logique de façon continue. On a surtout démarré avec une académie Cisco qui fournit de la formation autour des métiers du réseau informatique. Et je terminerai peut-être par le partenariat que nous avons avec PICB pour tout ce qui est certification ISO. Donc, on est accrédité par vraiment toutes les agences qui sont liées à la formation professionnelle technique au Sénégal. Je parle de l'ONFP, dont je parlais tout à l'heure, et aussi du Fonds de financement de la formation professionnelle technique au Sénégal. Alors, l'aventure avec ICDL a démarré fin 2020, c'était précisément en octobre 2020, où le lancement a été fait avec le soutien sans faille, une présence vraiment permanente du représentant d'ICDL en Afrique francophone, M. Dalis Bagidi, que je remercie vraiment du fond du cœur pour son soutien et sa présence, et aussi le soutien moral qui vient tout le temps d'ICDL Africa. Donc, quand on a démarré en tant que centre leader du programme ICDL à Dakar, on a eu dès le départ cette vision d'en faire un programme national. Donc, on s'est attelé à travailler, n'est-ce pas, avec les agences affiliées à la formation, au ministère de la formation professionnelle. Et on a pu, en 6 mois, faciliter déjà la signature de conventions entre ICDL Africa et l'Office national de formation professionnelle du Sénégal, présidé par Dr Souleymane Soumaré, que je remercie aussi pour son soutien, qui a été prévu comme nous d'ailleurs à Kigali, mais pour des raisons indépendantes de nos volontés, on n'a pas pu faire le déplacement, mais thanks to digital, grâce au numérique, on est là, on participe à ce forum. Donc, cette convention-là, il s'en est suivi un programme pilote qui va être totalement exécuté et pris en charge par 3C. On revient sur le slide. Donc, le programme va concerner surtout la capacitation des agents de la fonction publique. Donc, ça va concerner 1000 agents de l'administration sénégalaise pour la phase pilote, et on va aller jusqu'à 20 000 agents pour le passage en échelle. Donc, c'est un programme qui va démarrer normalement très bientôt. On a déjà reçu les pré-enrôlements et normalement les tests d'évaluation doivent commencer dans les jours à venir. Donc, oui, au-delà de l'ONFP, qui est l'Office national pour la formation professionnelle, comme l'avait dit tout à l'heure le CIO, hein, on a pensé déjà aux agents qui travaillent, qui sont en poste, mais aussi aux futurs employés qui sont les étudiants. Donc, on s'est intéressé aussi à faire de l'ICDL le référentiel n'est-ce pas, utilisé pour le digital literacy à l'Université de Dakar, qui compte au moins de 40 000 étudiants. Donc, on a eu plusieurs rencontres, non seulement avec le recteur, mais aussi avec l'agent qui est en charge de ce programme-là, de tout ce qui tourne autour des programmes de certification. Donc, on a eu une séance de travail technique et aujourd'hui, UCAD va lancer un programme intitulé UCAD Leadership Factory. Et dans ce programme-là, il a été question de choisir un nombre d'étudiants qu'ils veulent aider sur beaucoup de thématiques, mais aussi qui vont être insérés dans le programme ICDL et être les tout premiers certifiés et ensuite pour envisager un passage à l'échelle pour que ICDL soit vraiment un passeport pour tous les étudiants qui sortent de l'Université de Dakar pour en fait entrer dans le monde du travail muni de cette certification-là. Donc, au-delà de ça, nous ouvrons aussi, nous, notre philosophie, c'est de rendre accessibles les compétences numériques. C'est notre philosophie. Moi qui vous parle, je suis issu d'un système de formation un peu spécial parce qu'à Dakar, au-delà du système de formation classique formel en français, il y a aussi des écoles de formation, je dirais un système éducatif privé en langue arabe, n'est-ce pas, surtout avec les écoles coraniques. Ceux qui connaissent le Sénégal connaissent cette réalité-là. Et donc, ils ne sont pas tout le temps aussi associés à toutes les chances, par exemple, dont bénéficient tous les autres jeunes du Sénégal. Donc, notre conviction, c'est que aujourd'hui, ici, moi-même qui est issu de ce milieu-là, j'ai pu devenir un consultant international en réseau informatique grâce à la certification. Donc, je crois fortement que la certification peut être une solution à ces jeunes-là. Donc, on a eu à signer la convention avec une école coranique qui est normalement la toute première école coranique en zone Afrique francophone devenue un centre ICDL. Donc, c'est une école d'enseignement religieuse, mais très orientée IT et vraiment tracée avec comme rôle de l'aider, n'est-ce pas, dans la facilitation de la signature de la convention et l'accompagnement technique qui s'y est. Normalement, ça va faciliter déjà, juste pour cette école-là, l'accès à plus de 2000, n'est-ce pas, jeunes enfants au numérique. Et aussi, l'idée, c'est vraiment de passer en échelle en faisant de ce programme-là un programme national. Donc, la convention avait été signée avec le ministère, avec la présence du ministère de la formation professionnelle et de l'emploi. Il y avait aussi le directeur de l'NFP toujours. Et je veux surtout parler d'une anecdote en fait, en réalité, ce jeune que vous voyez, c'est un maître coranique qui est un freelance. Il enseigne la religion en réalité. Donc, il a eu par hasard à assister à une de nos free web classes. C'est des classes qu'on organise d'une façon gratuite. Et après le live, il m'a contacté pour me demander comment disposer d'une plateforme de visioconférence pour lui permettre aussi de pouvoir paramétrer des formulaires de réservation pour qu'il puisse aussi utiliser le digital pour faire l'enseignement de la religion. Et donc, après son passage à 3C, on a eu une séance de travail autour du paramétrage, par exemple, de Zoom et de Google Form. Et aujourd'hui, ce jeune-là, il a la possibilité de faire sa passion, qui est l'enseignement de la religion à travers le numérique, juste avec une seule séance de travail. Donc, si on imagine aujourd'hui de mettre vraiment en échelle toutes ces compétences-là à toutes ces, je dirais, couches de population qui sont dans le pays, je pense qu'on aura beaucoup à gagner dans ce continent-là. Alors, le projet sur lequel aussi on est en train de travailler surtout, c'est l'alphabétisation numérique. Donc, le programme qui va surtout être axé sur l'alphabétisation intéresse beaucoup 3C. Donc, et on incite vraiment à ICDL surtout sur la possibilité aussi de pouvoir certifier le Digital Citizen Plus, s'il y a une possibilité au-delà de pouvoir fournir des compétences basique à toutes les couches, de pouvoir aussi certifier ces compétences-là. Je ne sais pas si cette logique est en train d'être travaillée, mais ça peut être quelque chose d'intéressant. On est en train de travailler dessus. Donc, notre ambition, c'est vraiment que tout le monde, que tous les Sénégalais, quel que soit leur emplacement géographique, puissent avoir accès au digital literacy. Voilà, donc c'était tout. Notre mission, en réalité, c'est de toujours continuer à faire de l'ICDL vraiment le référentiel de base au Sénégal. Donc, nous avons la volonté, nous avons le leadership, nous avons la passion pour que ça soit le référentiel du Sénégal pour tous les secteurs. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
English who didn't quite catch everything that our friend from Senegal was talking about. He's coming from, he's speaking on behalf of Certification Coaching Center in Senegal, which works in partnership with ICDL. It's an institute, Triple C, an institute that is in Dakar, in Senegal. What he talks about is the fact that they realize that 50% of those who have high school diplomas in Senegal, in Dakar, in Ziguinchor, and other cities, or in the countryside, can hardly get a job on the market. Sure. And some of the reasons for that are, digital literacy. They're not literate, mostly, 50% at least. So they thought about how they could help them speed up, their learning process to get to the point where they can actually get those jobs, especially these days where most of the things are done online. Most of the work is done online. So they became the first cabinet to be accredited. They were very proud of that. Then they started working with ICDL. They also realized that everything cannot be done in French. Senegal is a French-speaking country, but it's also an Arabic-speaking country. So at some point they realized that when people go for religious studies, Quranic studies in this case, IT can be used as well in that, so that they can learn faster. So they say they have they're starting to have the know-how, they're starting to have the leadership, and they just wanted to share that with us. They're excited, they wish they could be here, but everything cannot happen as wished. But they're very excited about their partnership with ICDL, and they hope it can keep moving forward. Next up, what we have is a documentary that will be played. Go ahead.
We usually give trainings in, first of all, management, like human resource, and then procurement, also induction courses, and then we decided to go further even in technology. So that's why we started working with ICDL so that we can train in computer literacy.
This has been proven by the fact that the outbreak of COVID, which came without any kind of preparation and all offices were closed. Educational institutions closed, business closed. So people were to work from home. People were not having the skills required to navigate the use of platform, online platform, use of computer. They got challenged.
ICDL is a good package because compared to ICT skills we were teaching at the time, these came with complementary modules that are needed in the labor market. So the beginning was not easy, but slowly, currently, all our students have understood that this is very interesting because if you look at the labor market, the ICDL is part of one of the requirements for somebody to get employed.
It's something which is very crucial and important. When you are teaching, you have to update your mind. And when you're updating your mind, sometimes you do some research. And it is not easy to borrow books from one library to another. It is time consuming and also money consuming. Doing a research when you have some literacy related to computer and the internet, something related to that, it is easier for you to know which I have to look.
We have seen immense improvement, not just in their instrumental teaching or employment of ICT in their day-to-day teaching of mathematics and sciences, but also in terms of their attitude towards embracing ICT as a tool for personal development.
We consider the ICDL as one of the contributors in terms of embracing the knowledge economy Rwanda is aiming to achieve. ICDL, when you look at ICDL modules that are taught, they are the ones that are needed by every Rwandan. And currently, the government has also embraced this because it has identified civil servant requires to get these ICDL skills.
The government of Rwanda's vision of becoming a knowledge-based economy anchors around ensuring that the population has the right skills that will then contribute to, building the know-how that is needed to take the country to the next level. And digital literacy or digital skills has been one of the priority skill sets that have been highlighted where we still have gaps, but also that we need, as a government, we need to put in massive investments to build the necessary skills. And when we talk about the digital talent policy, it's a two-pronged approach. There is the basic digital literacy that we think as we move towards becoming a digital economy, as we make investments of transforming the economy into a digital economy, there's a requirement that all citizens at a bare minimum have the basic digital literacy skills that will enable them to access services, to engage with government and the private sector, but also to support their day-to-day activities.
As you know, all institutions are adopting the use of technology in all process. So where we are no longer driven to do manual work. So people are interacting, are collaborating, are responding using the means of technology, let's say MIS, digitized platform.
The impact has been amazing. We've had ICDL with the Lagos State Science Research Council, where we help upskilled 60 teachers in Lagos State, all from the 6 education districts, meritocratically selected to take on this program. And we've had them become better teachers, especially as COVID came around the world. They've been able to engage their students virtually. They've been able to better prepare their slides for their lectures, and they've been even more secure. And the beautiful part about the ICDL program is we've been able to raise ambassadors who are now transferring this knowledge to their colleagues.
Like I made it clear, ICDL was an inescapable, clearly identified an inescapable trusted partner, granted his experience and capacity in digital learning and literacy facilitation. And I want to say this, the way the ICDL training is being accepted and embraced across our beneficiary institutions has gladdened my heart, and I'm happy therefore that whatever it requires for me to support, that we deepen our partnership with ICDL, I will do it.
Les programmes de formation à l'université sont aussi validés par l'État. Donc il faut respecter ces conditions. Et c'est dans cet ordre que nous avons d'abord formé et certifié les enseignants pour qu'ils dispensent les cours d'informatique à tous les niveaux selon la norme internationale, la norme ICDL. Nous avons deux cycles. Nous avons le cycle licence qui est en 3 ans et le cycle master en 2 ans. Donc la répartition a été faite pour que l'étudiant qui s'inscrit en première année fasse 2 modules, en deuxième année également 2 modules et en troisième année 3 modules. Ça lui permet à la fin du premier cycle d'avoir les modules basés intermédiaires ICDL et il pourra mettre facilement dans son CV certifié ICDL.
Benefits are enormous. I mean, starting even with ICDL, having their presence in Rwanda 1 allows that we're able to skill, whether it's the workforce or the population, in massive numbers, but also the sustainability of it, because part of it also will cultivate into creation of jobs. Part of the programs that, for example, ICDL will have is, even grooming master trainers. This is already an opportunity that you provide for Rwandans to be able to acquire the skills, but also to do it in such a way that they'll then be ambassadors that go out there and skill the rest of the population.
ICDL is the perfect course for everyone.
Right. We'll now proceed to our panel discussion. I'll call forward the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and Innovation of Rwanda, Yves Iradukunda. Also, Mr. Jean-Paulin Sangata, qui est ici en sa qualité de représentant de la ministre centrafricaine, Monsieur Sangata. We also have Professor Suleiman Elias Bogoro, Executive Secretary of TED Fund Nigeria. Please come forward. And we also have from Benin, representing HECM, Nakonde Ake. If all 4 of you could please come forward. Joining us online will also be the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of ICT in Uganda, Madam Amina Zawede. We're missing one person. Jean-Paulin Sangata. The minister graces us with her presence, all right. Do we have the Permanent Secretary from Uganda online as well? Not for now. Okay. All right. Please have a seat. Thank you. All right. The first question will be directed to Minister Annie-Michel Mwanga de la Centrafrique. Je vous pose la question en français, bien sûr. Nous savons tous que les talents dont nous sommes en train de parler aujourd'hui, les capacités dont nous sommes en train de parler d'aujourd'hui sont la clé de voûte du futur, du marché du travail de demain. Qu'est-ce qui est mis en place? Quelles sont les démarches prises par l'État centrafricain pour accompagner justement cette jeunesse qui finit l'école aujourd'hui, qui se lance sur le marché du travail? Ça, c'est la première question. Et puis la seconde, qu'est-ce qui, selon vous, devrait être le standard pour digitaliser le marché du travail et l'enseignement pour ces jeunes sur le continent africain? Merci.
Je vous remercie. Alors, au niveau de notre pays, le Centrafrique, nous avons un grand défi à relever, qui est celui d'outiller surtout la jeunesse et les femmes pour promouvoir leur employabilité. Alors, dans le département dont j'ai la charge, le département du travail, de l'emploi, de la protection sociale et de la formation professionnelle, nous avons mis en place un plan de travail qui va consister à former les jeunes au numérique surtout. Mais avant ça, on a mis en place un programme d'abord pour lutter contre l'analphabétisme afin de réduire la fracture numérique. Parce que c'est vraiment un vecteur de pauvreté et de l'ignorance. Et après ça, nous allons mettre en place une formation. Et justement, le but de notre présence ici, ma délégation et moi-même, pour voir un éventuel partenariat avec l'ICDL, puisqu'ils sont réputés dans ce domaine. J'ai vu, selon la présentation du CEO, ils ont fait pas mal de choses dans les pays d'Afrique, y compris le Rwanda également, et surtout qu'il avait évoqué que ICDL fonctionne et fait la promotion de la formation des Africains en Afrique par des Africains et pour les Africains. Donc ça, c'est vraiment un point important. Et surtout aussi, nous avons un programme qui est déjà mis en place avec d'autres partenaires et le gouvernement. On a commencé déjà à former des jeunes. Et l'étape suivante, c'est à mon retour, comme je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, on commence déjà à lutter contre l'illettrisme. Et puis après, on met en place la formation parce que le numérique, c'est très bien. Ça a beaucoup de contributions. Ça nous permet de travailler. Ça nous permet de se divertir. Ça nous permet de faire des business. Et ça nous permet surtout de s'informer aussi. Alors, c'est tellement important que très bientôt, on a un programme, le gouvernement a un programme de former 2000 jeunes et 2000 femmes par cet outil, parce que l'accès pour réduire la facture numérique, il faut s'attaquer à l'accès. L'accès, c'est-à-dire la meilleure couverture numérique dans tous les territoires de notre pays. Nous avons 4 opérateurs téléphoniques qui sont à pied d'œuvre pour nous faciliter tout cela. Ça, c'est l'accès. Mais aussi, il y a l'aspect l'usage. Parce que c'est bien d'avoir tout ce qui est numérique, le digital, mais il faut savoir l'utiliser. D'où la formation, c'est vraiment la clé de voûte pour pouvoir outiller la jeunesse, pour pouvoir outiller les femmes, afin qu'ils soient à même de relever ce défi. Et évidemment, le troisième point, c'est l'utilisation. L'utilisation de tout cela. Qu'est-ce qu'on en fait? Et c'est une question, et c'est surtout pendant cette période, que nous allons voir comment agir. Donc, en gros, ce que je peux dire.
Merci, Madame la Ministre. Merci beaucoup. The question asked to the Honorable Minister of Labor of the Central African Republic was, how are digital skills the backbone of the future generation and workforce in Africa? And what plans are in place for the current and future workforce in the Central African Republic? What would be your take on standardization of digital literacy across Africa? So now what she says is the government has been tackling those issues. They've realized that it's creating a gap in the population of Central Africa. And the 2% of the population they're really going for at the moment is women and the youth. They're the two most important at the moment, according to the government. And what they're doing is making sure that 2,000 women and 2,000 young people from the Central African Republic are well equipped and also learn about digitalization, because if they do, then that gap becomes smaller and smaller, and then the gap in the population becomes smaller. The knowledge is the most important thing, and that's what they're tackling. Her coming to Rwanda is also part of that, because she heard what the CEO said about what ICDL is trying to do. She realizes that it's working here. She wants it to work in her country as well. So she's learning from that, and she wants to keep learning, and for her country to keep learning as well. My next question will be for Ivira Dukunda, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and Innovation in Rwanda. My question will be, Rwanda is credited as the first country to come up with a national digital talent policy in Africa. How has this contributed to the vision of Rwanda being a knowledge-based economy? And what plans are in place to implement this wonderful policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Mais avant de répondre, je voudrais juste remercier Madame la Ministre pour un point que vous avez évoqué, c'est dans le point de l'utilisation. Donc, avant de partager notre parcours, surtout du point de vue les politiques d'adoption, je voudrais souligner que l'utilisation, c'est vraiment notre point que l'on est en train d'adresser maintenant. Tout ce que nous faisons sans utilisation, sans adoption, donc ça serait inutile de faire beaucoup plus d'investissements dans les infrastructures. Donc je voudrais vous remercier pour ce point, parce que c'est le point qui est très important. Ça souligne aussi le besoin de training pour la jeunesse. Et aussi merci pour mettre accent sur le besoin de mettre accent sur la formation des femmes dans ce projet. To answer the question, allow me to share, the government of Rwanda has had a journey that we focused a lot on infrastructure earlier on. We focused a lot on the policies that would allow an environment that uses technology as an enabler for all other sectors. So we took, our leadership provided the direction that for economic transformation, for better governance, better services to the citizens, that technology was going to be key and embedded in everything that we do. And so when you talk about the kind of infrastructure investment, the fiber network that is laid across the country, when you look at the support towards operators and the regulation that favor a conducive environment, all of that was just to create a foundation on which technology can be truly an enabler for our economic development and our social and governance. All of that having been done, it is important to look at, and I mentioned about adoption, mentioned about the utilization of these technologies, as Madam Minister highlighted. We wanted to make sure that all the population can participate. And to your point about this digital skills strategy, we created specific programs. I want to share with you a couple of them. One is the Digital Ambassadors Program. We realized that there is increase in digitization of services to the citizens, and we want to make sure that all citizens can have access to these services. So we have a program at the Ministry of ICT and Innovation where we select young people who have a degree. We train them with the ICDL model. We deploy them across the country, and their mandate is to be embedded within the local government structures and to provide training to the citizens and going door to door and organizing small groups. They are equipped with a smartphone, they're equipped with a computer. Obviously, they have the training. They have the modules that are translated also in Kinyarwanda to be able to train the citizens. This program we want to continue to scale to make sure that these digital ambassadors can be embedded in our community. So that's one of the programs that we thought can help implement this digital talent policy that you talked about. The second program that we've been doing, particularly again working with ICDL, is the digital literacy for the workforce. Today, it is mandatory to have ICDL certificate in public service. Obviously, many that are already employed in public service do not have the certificate, but we are partnering with ICDL and the different certified training companies, training organizations, to provide this training to the employees, the public servants within the office. Now, we have a lot of catch-up to do. We need to accelerate this delivery of training and certification. So the program is designed in such a way that trainers find the employees within the offices. So particularly even at the ministry, on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we have a trainer, and so the UTB is represented here. They're delivering the specific training at the ministry. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we dedicate 2 hours for all staff, to pause work and go through the training. And we believe that in the next 8 weeks, they have completed the training, they can certify. And this is one of the ways that as government institutions, we want to make sure that our staff can train. So I shared those as examples in terms of accelerating this digital talent policy, but there are several other ways that we are trying to achieve that. We are attracting high caliber institutions such as the Carnegie Mellon University. This is for advanced training for the kind of workforce that can drive innovation and again, riding on the infrastructure that we created. They're providing different master's programs to make sure that we are equipped within the ecosystem of innovation using technology. We also have another program for younger people, the Rwanda Coding Academy. This is another program where we think that in addition to the literacy that we're doing for all the citizens and the employees, we can actually start at a younger age to drive the kind of high caliber talent in areas of software engineering, embedded systems design, cybersecurity, among others. To summarize, I think we are on a journey. We've learned a lot through the different partnerships, but in particular with ICDL, we believe we have a lot of opportunities to bring in even more partners, to bring on board different institutions, whether it's the telecommunication companies, the banks that employ multiple agents across the country in service delivery to the citizens, to take every opportunity to make sure that we increase literacy, we raise the bar really high in terms of service delivery through digital technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. Pour ceux qui parlent français, rapidement, ce que M. Iradukunda a voulu mentionner comme représentant du gouvernement rwandais, et que le gouvernement rwandais a compris que c'est par justement le fait d'aller voir la population, d'envoyer des jeunes. Ils ont un programme où les jeunes, certains jeunes sont sélectionnés pour aller dans les régions, dans les districts du pays, et aller former avec un téléphone intelligent, avec un laptop, un ordinateur portable, pour aller former et enseigner à ceux qui ne savent pas encore, à ceux qui ont besoin d'apprendre, et qui n'ont, et en Kinyarwanda aussi, il y a des modules qui sont faits en Kinyarwanda, qui est la langue la plus parlée du pays, pour pouvoir atteindre le plus de gens possible, et atteindre le plus de gens dans la population. Il a aussi parlé du fait que même dans les bureaux du gouvernement, il a donné l'exemple de son propre ministère, le ministère du ICT, où tous les lundis, mercredis et vendredis, il y a une pause de 2 heures, c'est ça? 2 heures, hein? 2 heures. Il y a une pause de 2 heures tous les lundis, mercredis et vendredis, où il y a une formation, donc il y a des professionnels qui viennent, et tout le monde pose ce qu'ils sont en train de faire. Ils arrêtent tout ce qu'ils sont en train de faire pour justement apprendre, pour être formés encore plus sur ce qu'on est en train de parler aujourd'hui, digital literacy. Et il comprend que c'est très important, et c'est donc en donnant l'exemple que les autres vont le suivre, et c'est une façon que le gouvernement rwandais a utilisé pour approcher ce défi du présent et ce défi du futur. La prochaine question, the next question, will be for Professor Suleiman Elias Bogoro from Tenfound, Nigeria. Sir, what is the status of the digital skills levels within the tertiary institutions in Nigeria? Let's first start with that question, then we'll move along.
Thank you very much for that question. Let me start by making a statement that reflects over briefly in respect of the contributions from the minister from Central African Republic. And as of course, next was the permanent secretary of the Ministry of ICT, Rwanda. No mistake about it. The areas of concern is covering the entire country, and I think in the case of Rwanda, our hosts, it's very obvious that they have credentials that are incomparable in Africa as far as ICT is concerned. For a country that is taking off after the disaster of genocide, to make technology the centerpiece of competitiveness is commendable. I think the rest of Africa has a lot to learn from it. And well, let me inform you, by the way, that although I'm at the ICDL platform here, but I came for 2 events in Rwanda this week. The first was our engaging centers of excellence at the University of Rwanda, and most of them in the science-based disciplines, science, technology, innovation, and a lot of things that we gain from them. And of course, I'm happy to say that they also identify areas that Nigeria has advantage, and we are hoping to strengthen our relationship with this country that has a great visionary leader that has a way of picking his priorities right. Earlier today, I think I met during the tea break the Vice Chancellor of University for Tourism, am I right? Technology and Business. It's almost unthinkable in the African context, but that is it. That is a president of a country that is looking in the right direction, that Rwanda has advantage. The whole of Rwanda is a tourist attraction as far as I'm concerned in so many ways. And from the airport, you go into the cities, there are many things that makes Rwanda a tourist destination. This is very, very commendable, and we're very happy, the Nigerian delegation. This is my second time coming to Rwanda in respect, or even the third time, in respect of ICDL. And ICDL, we're happy that the international president, Damien, is right here with us. And we had promised to visit him in Dublin. And I think I reiterated it, God willing, not beyond January next year. We're looking forward to visiting. And when I went through their booklet, I saw the areas of coverage across the world. I want to commend ICDL for its trust across the world. And if you were not credible, you could not be accepted in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, and in the Americas. I saw it, and I think we are very happy in respect of TETFund Nigeria to be associated with ICDL. Now let me round up quickly about the specifics. That's addressing the question you put across, reflecting over the status of ICDL intervention in Nigeria through TETFund, if I will put it that way. TETFund is an intervention agency, and we have a mandate to look at areas of priority that will make Nigeria universities, public universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education more competitive. And in the 21st century, no nation could be competitive if you have no, digital literacy. And it is a global imperative, and we couldn't be different. And that is why when I came across ICDL 2 years ago, and I was briefed about its content and its operations, I thought I found a credible facilitator and capacity developer of our personnel in the universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education in Nigeria. And within 2 years, ICDL has been able to train 17,000 of our academic and non-academic staff. And I thought that is, for only a segment of Nigeria, that is very commendable. And what we intend to do, going back, is to popularize this intervention by ICDL beyond the education sector, beyond the tertiary education subsector in particular, so that people know, I mean, is there anything you will do? I took some minutes while we were here to speak to a platform on open education and open science. And in respect of research, its outcome, and networking, that is not possible without digital literacy. I mean, like he rightly said, ICT is an enabler across the sectors and across virtually every operation in the 21st century. It is ICT that has made the world a global village. There's no doubt about it. We couldn't be different. And the embarrassing reality, let me say this in direct response to your question, the embarrassing reality that we discovered, even among the academic staff in our universities, polytechnic, and college of education, there's relatively low literacy in ICT, computer literacy, digital literacy. And I thought that was embarrassing for us. And that's why we embraced ICDL. And with the numbers, we look forward to arriving at the exact extent and percentage of the training, because the training we've been doing is a TTT, train the trainer. And so they are downloading, let me borrow the ICT language. In other words, stepping down the training for larger members and numbers among the academia as well as the non-academic staff. You need to have all of them, because a number of the non-academic staff facilitate some of the operations of the academic staff, the faculty members. And so we intend to be able to establish that. Earlier on, Solange spoke with me, and I promised that after she left, I realized that we need to be able to confirm the extent of progress we have made in terms of percent improvement. And very embarrassingly, globally, you will see that even in Europe, digital literacy is only a little above 50%. And they are struggling to the target of 2030 to see if they will hit 60%. And that is a message. For us, Africa, we are always at the lowest of the ladder. And we cannot accept that if we want to be competitive. For knowledge economy in the 21st century, digital literacy is a must. It's not just an imperative. We intend to proceed along that way and see what TEDFund is able to do to improve the competitiveness using the facilities of ICT in our Nigerian universities, polytechnics, and college of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let me acknowledge, before I translate in French, acknowledge now the presence of the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of ICT of Uganda, Amina Zawede. She's now with us. I will be asking her a question. Hello, Permanent Secretary. I'll be asking her a question in a little bit. Just to come back to what Professor Bogoro was saying, le professeur Bogoro a été séduit par le modèle rwandais. Il a été séduit parce qu'il a vu ici, par le leadership rwandais. Et cela, d'après lui, est d'abord se traduit d'abord parce que le président de la République démontre par son leadership, par le fait qu'il a fait du ICT le centre même, le créneau, la chose qui compte le plus pour relever le pays d'un drame terrible qui a été le génocide il y a de cela 27 ans. Et il dit que pour lui c'est extraordinaire cette vision-là de penser à l'ICT comme façon de se sortir de ce genre de bourbier et de pouvoir lancer le développement d'un pays. Pour lui, c'est extraordinaire et ça montre justement la volonté de ce leader-là et de son gouvernement à vouloir faire avancer son pays. Alors il dit que c'est la deuxième ou la troisième fois qu'il est sur le sol rwandais, que même en quittant l'aéroport, il se rend compte qu'en fait partout, Kigali est vraiment un site touristique, que le Rwanda est un pays très touristique et que le ICT ne fait que renforcer cela, ne fait que qu'amplifier cela. Et pour lui, cela est une très bonne chose. Il dit que ce qu'il aimerait voir est que l'Afrique puisse ne pas toujours être dernier dans tous les classements, que l'Afrique se relève. Il dit que même en Europe aujourd'hui, le taux, quand vous regardez tout ce qui est ICT, il n'y a pas plus de 50% de la population qui a accès à ce monde, et il ne pense même pas atteindre les 60% d'ici 2030. Alors il dit à l'Afrique aussi de se secouer, de se relever et de ne pas toujours sombrer en dernier, figurer en dernier sur toutes les listes. My next question will be for for Permanent Secretary Amina Zawede. Can she hear us? Can she see us? Yes, all right. Permanent Secretary, with the onset of the COVID pandemic, we have seen many in the workforce struggle to use digital devices when they were required to work from home. Do you think this is the high time governments in Africa considered adoption of digital literacy through internationally recognized certifications?
Thank you very much, moderator. I hope I'm loud and clear. It's an afternoon here in Uganda, 2 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank ICDL Foundation for organizing this event because it is a timely event. First of all, we are living in the times where the world is transforming digitally, and we therefore have to discuss the strategies that would lead us to the quickest transformation as fast as possible. Now, to the question of whether we think it's the right time to adopt digitization or digitalization or digital literacy due to the COVID pandemic. I'll bring this into perspective. Currently here, I think in Uganda, we have taken about 2 years of students not going to school because we have, we have had a lockdown. Business is partially opening up. We are doing vaccination, and I believe that as we go back to open up for schools, a number of citizens out there are in the marginalized group. They are not, and sometimes some of them are not even being able to read and write. But now, if we are to operate online, or if we are to take services online, education and any other services online, we have to have that literacy. My counterpart from Nigeria said that everything has to be automated if we are to progress in this world going forward. So for us to adopt an international standard for digitization goes without saying that it is a must, because currently we see, for example, internalization of languages. We have English. For us to communicate in English, everybody has to communicate the same way. We have to have the same nomenclature, the way we accept the verbs or adjectives have to be similar. So similarly for digital literacy, this has to be done the same way and in a standard manner that is acceptable by everybody. The challenge that we have faced as a country, and I believe every African setting has faced the same challenge, is that, of course, since the generation that we have is mostly the youth, it's very easy for them to adapt. But coming up with a standard way of appreciating how they go digital is, for me, a must, so that everyone embraces digital literacy in the same manner. We did a study that was concluded at the end of the last financial year, a study that indicated that it was called an inclusive digital economy study. We wanted to find out how far are we in this digital divide, how wide is the gap, and what can we do about it. We found that in this country, in Uganda, when it comes to policies and regulations in the digital that regulate the digital space, we are not doing. We are doing well, because we are standing at about 77%. However, when it comes to the skill levels, innovation and research, as well as infrastructure, we are doing well because we are doing expansion of networks. So we are at about 60%, going to 70%, but literacy skills have to be upscaled for us to improve. So we are coming up with measures and policies, and I think now we have to think about partnerships with ICDL going forward to ensure that the digital, we have also tried to come up with a curriculum that is digital enabled. So for us to ensure that everyone runs that having a curriculum on paper is one thing, but also having it implemented is another thing. To ensure that we have implementation of this curriculum, that everyone has the digital literacy skills that are required, we need to partner with entities or foundations like ICDL that will enable us pick up speed to ensure that we come up with the right digital skills. In the teachers that we have, I think at university level, the majority have digital literacy skills. Secondary schools, which is the high school, yes, some of them do, some of them don't, but in the primary level, I think that is where we have the biggest challenge, and we have to bring ourselves up to speed, because digital literacy has to start from the grassroots going up. If all children, right from nursery school, primary school, and then going forward to high school, have to embrace digitalization, it has to start from the grassroots, right from the time they start school. So it also, but literacy goes hand in hand with the devices. You cannot do digital literacy without devices, so we have to find enablers of providing devices in schools, setting up labs. Currently, we have some projects that are facilitating that. Government is supporting the facilitation of some of the schools that is up country in areas that are disadvantaged in terms of income status. Some of the labs are being facilitated with computers so that the children in those schools or communities are able to use computers. We have software that government has put in place to assist in education, where we have the content put on a laptop or a computer, even if it's not connected to the internet, that they can use to help them cope up with their studies, especially now that we are in the COVID times where people are locked down. So to answer your question in a summary or in a nutshell, I say that yes, it is true and it is time for us and for every country. And for us Africans to join hands and collaborate in ensuring that we adopt digital literacy using standards that or certifications that are facilitated by agencies like ICDL that are internationally recognized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. Alors, elle donnait l'exemple de l'Ouganda, son pays. Elle expliquait que comme tous les autres pays, le pays a été très affecté par la Covid-19 et que justement les élèves n'allaient pas à l'école et comme ils n'allaient pas à l'école, l'accès aux laboratoires, aux ordinateurs, etc. était compliqué, qu'ils étaient obligés d'être à la maison. Alors imaginez-vous, pour ceux qui n'ont pas accès à ces outils-là de la maison, cela devient compliqué. Alors, il expliquait que certains chiffres montrent que l'Ouganda, quand même, se débrouille pas mal dans l'accès au digital literacy et que ça se passe bien de ce côté-là, mais que par contre, ce qu'ils aimeraient, c'est développer plus de skills, plus de gens qui ont des capacités, qui puissent exceller dans ces capacités-là. Et là, par contre, ils ont encore du chemin à faire. Ils aimeraient avancer encore plus. Elle est d'accord que ça serait mieux qu'il y ait des programmes afro-africains, des programmes sur le continent où il y ait des certificats sur le continent africain qui puissent être valables sur tout le continent au lieu d'être de pays en pays. The next question will be the last question from me before we start asking, before the crowd asks questions, the audience or our online audience, if there are some questions. The next question will be for l'honorable Natonde Ake, directeur de la Haute École de Commerce et de Management au Bénin. Pourriez-vous, honorable Ake, parler de votre expérience quand vous étiez en train d'implémenter l'ICDL à votre institution? Merci.
Merci bien. Je voudrais très sincèrement remercier, saluer les panélistes qui sont sur le podium avec moi et vous saluer tous, vous qui êtes présents dans la salle, mais également les amis qui sont en ligne. Et vous voyez, il y a de cela quelques années, on aurait fait ce séminaire sans que d'autres personnes qui ne sont pas ici allaient pouvoir suivre. C'était impossible. Aujourd'hui, grâce à la connectivité, nous faisons beaucoup de collaborations en ligne, c'est-à-dire que nous faisons le travail à distance et ceci a été amplifié, bien entendu, par la survenue de la pandémie Covid-19. Mais bien avant la survenue de cette pandémie, il faut saluer le travail que faisait déjà ICDL. ICDL a beaucoup contribué parce que dans la digitalisation, dans la vulgarisation des compétences digitales, ICDL joue un rôle fondamental dans le monde. On sait bien que dans beaucoup d'institutions internationales, ICDL demeure le standard. Pour ce qui nous concerne, la Haute École de Commerce et de Management, qui est une université privée dont je suis le fondateur et qui est une université privée au Bénin, avec 7 campus et environ 3500 étudiants. Nous avions un peu anticipé les choses parce qu'au moment où nous étions en train de fêter notre 20e anniversaire, en 2019, on a organisé un colloque international sur la digitalisation dans les entreprises africaines. Il faut dire que ça a été le point de départ pour la Haute École de Commerce et de Management dans son processus de digitalisation, dans son processus d'amener tous ces acteurs à la digitalisation. Et donc, c'est dans l'organisation de ce colloque que nous avons rencontré pour la première fois réellement ICDL, que nous avons adopté, parce que nous avons estimé que non seulement le personnel administratif gagnerait à se faire certifier, nous utilisons l'ordinateur, nous utilisons les portables, nous utilisons les outils digitaux, mais il faut pouvoir se faire certifier pour être sûr que l'utilisation que nous faisons de ces outils est l'utilisation adéquate. Alors, nous avons décidé de contracter avec ICDL et ça a été une expérience formidable pour nous. Ceci d'autant plus que quelques mois auparavant, nous avons changé notre plateforme de travail à l'école. C'est-à-dire que ce que nous utilisions pour la gestion intégrée de l'école a été modifié en 2019 là. Et le personnel formé pour. Donc nous avons un nouveau logiciel qui permet de faire du travail à distance. Je vous disais tout à l'heure qu'on avait 7 campus. Et donc notre logiciel qui est baptisé GestStudent, la gestion des étudiants, que nous avons nous-mêmes écrit, que nous avons créé nous-mêmes avec l'aide de nos enseignants, et d'un de nos enseignants principalement, nous permet de gérer les différents campus, même qui sont séparés entre eux à des centaines de kilomètres, et d'avoir l'information en temps réel sur toute la situation pédagogique, financière et du personnel de l'établissement. Eh bien, ensuite de cela, nous avions initié la dispensation des cours en ligne, c'est-à-dire le e-learning. Nous étions en train de construire cette plateforme, nous l'avons construite à moitié, disons, quand subitement la pandémie de Covid-19 a éclaté. Vous savez que ça a commencé à fin 2019, mais en Afrique, nous avons vraiment senti la présence de Covid-19 dans les mois de mars, avril, où les activités pédagogiques ont été suspendues par le gouvernement. Qu'est-ce qu'il fallait que nous fassions, étant donné qu'on était déjà dans un processus de digitalisation? Nous avons été les premiers à lancer notre plateforme de e-learning, qui est hecm-elearning.net, et ça nous a permis, tout en gardant les étudiants dans leur maison chez eux, continuer à dispenser les cours. Ça a été une première que le gouvernement béninois d'ailleurs a suivi, parce que le gouvernement dans un premier temps, a décrété la gratuité de la connexion à notre plateforme, pas seulement à la nôtre, mais à la plateforme des universités publiques. Donc les étudiants pouvaient avoir accès aux plateformes sans dépenser de l'argent, sans payer pour les forfaits. Nous avons utilisé ça pendant au moins 3 mois avant que cela ne redevienne payant. Alors, vous avez vu, j'ai parlé de notre colloque scientifique, le colloque international, la mise en place de notre logiciel de gestion intégrée, la mise en place de notre plateforme de e-learning, mais ce qu'il fallait pour que tout ça tourne, c'était que les gens, les acteurs soient dotés de compétences digitales. Donc, le personnel a été formé, les enseignants ont été formés et même certifiés pour permettre de former aussi les apprenants. Et donc, à l'heure où je vous parle, on ne peut plus être étudiant à HECM sans passer les certifications. Et je pense que la dernière fois, nous avons commandé environ 3500 modules. Dans différents modules, nous avons pris 3500. Et les étudiants passent les tests avec beaucoup de joie. Parce que nous voyons que après les tests diagnostiques, on passe les certifications. À part un module qui a été très dur pour eux, le module de sécurité, tout le reste des modules a été des modules vraiment validés à environ à 80-90% par nos étudiants. Et ça leur donne confiance en eux-mêmes. Ça fait que les étudiants eux-mêmes se sentent prêts pour travailler en entreprise sans autre forme de procès lorsqu'ils sont appelés à servir dans les entreprises. Et donc notre expérience a été vraiment formidable avec ICDL. Nous comptons poursuivre l'expérience et nous comptons l'améliorer, la développer davantage. Et nous ne voulons pas nous arrêter en si bon chemin, c'est-à-dire nous ne voulons pas nous arrêter seulement aux étudiants de HECM, parce que nous voulons pouvoir former les personnels des autres entreprises, mais également les personnels de la fonction publique, puisque notre gouvernement a décidé d'entrer aussi dans le processus d'ICDL en signant un accord avec ICDL International. Et actuellement, on est à une phase pilote où le gouvernement va former et faire certifier environ 1500 fonctionnaires. Après cela, les 80 et quelques 1000 qui restent vont devoir aussi être formés et certifiés. Et HECM, ayant ses campus sur tout le territoire, est bien placé pour pouvoir participer à cette formation et à cette certification. Donc voilà un peu ce que je peux vous dire pour ce qui concerne notre expérience au niveau de la Haute École de Commerce et de Management. Une expérience merveilleuse. Moi-même, personnellement, qui vous parle, j'utilise l'ordinateur depuis l'université. Mais pour que HECM démarre, il a fallu, j'ai accepté d'être le coordinateur du centre ICDL, le centre de tests accrédité de ICDL à HECM. Alors, il me fallait avoir les certifications. Et j'ai mis quelques jours et ça m'a vraiment beaucoup amusé. Ça a été très formidable, une expérience où j'ai certifié, j'ai validé toutes les certifications qu'il me fallait. Et ça m'a permis de savoir qu'en réalité, je n'étais pas si nul que ça. Vous comprenez? Parce que j'ai pu valider des certifications. Le taux le plus faible que j'ai eu était de 92%. Donc, ça veut dire qu'avec un peu de révision, on peut vraiment retrouver les vieilles amours. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci, honorable Ake, merci beaucoup. The example he was giving about his institution in Benin, because I wanted him to share with us some of the goods that ICDL has done for them in partnership with them. And he says, being aware of what's going on, having basic knowledge in digital literacy is one thing. Mastering it is another thing. Being really good at it is another thing. And he's saying he was good at, he could use computers, he could use smartphones, others could do as well. But how good were they really at using them? And in competition with what's going on in the world today, to be able to be competitive, how good were they? And with the pandemic that started late 2019, early 2020, and everything came to a halt, he was worried that they were going to take a couple of steps back from what they had learned in partnership with ICDL. And the thing that makes him very happy is that that did not happen. They kept on learning because the personnel that was trained got to train teachers, got to train those who were in charge of teaching the students. The students got to learn as well during the pandemic remotely from home. And that kept their learning experience going despite the fact that everything had come to a halt. And he's saying that's an amazing thing that got even to the government, to the point where the government opened up their access to the internet to actually emulate what they were doing, because they realized that it was actually a model and an example that was working. All right, now, in case we don't have a question yet from our online following, I will ask one last question to the panel. This one will be going to Professor Bogoro. Since you're very entertaining, I would like to have your take on this. You have always advocated for digital literacy across the tertiary institutions in Nigeria. How has adopting ICDL for teaching and non-teaching staff impacted productivity in their respective institution, and what would be a recommendation for other countries on the continent in Africa?
Thank you very much. Incidentally, I had made it very clear that we need to evaluate the progress. and there have to be indices for it to make meaning. Over 2 years, yes, we're talking about numbers. We intend to disaggregate those numbers into specific clusters of the target groups. That is how we would be able to know the progress we're making. But by the way, let me appreciate all other speakers. The last speaker giving real-life example of how the application of ICT in his country. I really appreciate that. And I will tell you, for us in the academic community, tertiary subsector in particular, and the universities, a key area that comes to our mind is application of that in respect of research, but more importantly, outcomes of research that are applicable or communicated out there. And the medium of communication, most of these days now are digitalized. And we have no option but to be part of the trend globally. And we have a number of facilities that are being introduced in our tertiary institutions. The National Universities Commission has had a facility that was aimed at networking research within the universities. And we know that, well, a key concern about it was the costs. And people have been looking at options. It was centralized at the National Universities Commission in Abuja, but it has had to be decentralized so that each institution would go for and patronize the providers that are cheapest. That is going forward. But we recognize the fact that, for instance, we are talking about, I shared it with the platform that I spoke with earlier today, for the National Research Fund of TETFund, for our beneficiary institutions. We are now looking at evaluating impact of the outcome of research for larger society, for economy, and national needs. That requires digital capacity, cutting-edge digital capacity in the context of softwares, just as we need softwares in our libraries. Up to recently, what we saw were the huge hard books in the libraries, but they are gradually giving way to the virtual sections of libraries. And that is a digital imperative. We cannot run away from it. It's going slowly, but I know very surely. But let me mention something that is outside the academic environment. We have a serious problem of insecurity in Nigeria. And I will tell you, only some weeks ago, the federal government had to demobilize ICT facilities in some states for the purpose of intervention by the military, supporting internal security machinery of the police. And that is application of digital literacy, as it were, negative or positive. Positive for government to halt the insurgency in the country. And negatively for the operators, the kidnappers, the attackers, the bandits out there that are using, in fact, some of the most brilliant of computer engineers, computer experts, to communicate or make sure they avoid being exposed by superior communication facility of the police or the military or the security operatives. So the application of ICT, as we said, is across the sectors and across operations globally. And definitely those of us in the universities or the managers of our universities have to up our game such that the research priorities in the universities, in the polytechnics, are aimed at improving efficiency of the application of that technology to get things done the positive way. Thank you very much.
I knew he would be the perfect speaker to close the panel. Alors, ce que le professeur Bogoro, la chose à laquelle il fait allusion, un exemple qui donne, qui est très récent d'ailleurs, au Nigeria, il y a de cela 1 ou 2 semaines, l'armée fédérale nigériane a dû utiliser le ICT pour venir à bout de forces nuisibles au pays. Et ils ont dû donc brouiller les signaux, etc. Et il dit que ça, c'est un exemple qui montre que l'ICT peut être utilisé de bonne ou de mauvaise façon. Pour le gouvernement, à ce moment-là, d'après lui, c'était l'utilisation de la force de l'ICT de bonne manière. Mais ça peut être aussi utilisé de mauvaise manière par des forces assaillantes qui veulent créer des problèmes au pays, qui veulent nuire au pays. Et donc, c'est très important justement de comprendre la force présente et du futur du ICT. Please give a hand of applause to all our panelists as they exit the panel. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it a lot. Another hand of applause. They deserve a better hand of applause. Thank you. Now, moving along, as these very strong gentlemen, as you can see, are removing the chairs right here in front of us, we have a very small surprise for you guys. We've been talking for about, 2 or 3 hours now. It's time to relax a little bit. It's time to see what else Rwanda has to offer besides ICT. Besides digital literacy. We have a very small surprise. I was told not to say what it was. I might not even know what it is myself. I'm just acting like I do. This is one of the finest this country has to offer, as the last chair is being taken off. This is one of the finest this country has to offer. This is one of the finest the culture of Rwanda has to offer. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the sights and the sounds of Rwanda. Thank you.
The eyes are the windows to the soul. Scan through my biometric code. DNA transcribed through code. And of the ones and zeros, will I survive through the valley of silicon? Land of ones and zeros, I don't know which way to go. Will I survive in the Silicon Valley? Will I eventually be disposed? My company is finally technologically advanced, and I'm sure I now qualify for that sweet government funding. Let's crunch some numbers, boys.
Yes, boss. Which front? No. Sorry, boss. How's mine? Yeah. But this. See what?
Tecnologia yaraducane kuva kera cyane intambara za tekinoloji zari nyinshi cyane muri riveri byari cyane kuva muri analogike tujya muri digitali interineti word excel microsoft word adobe photoshop logic pro satellite smart card visa card database ATM machine data digo computer laptop tablet modem robot ariko nanone kundi twabigendere katubyakira uko byije tubyendere ariko nanone biratuvuna shege bidufitiye akamaro ubu kera nashakaga umuntu nkava ku musozi ngahinguka umundi none byaracemutse kubera telefone abana banjye bari burayi banyohereza amafoto y'abuzukuru kuri WhatsApp tekinoloji urakabyara.
Salut, mon nom moi c'est Africa, encore au chômage. Vous savez, j'ai beaucoup de diplômes moi, et de l'expérience. Mais mon frère il n'a que des formations. Mon frère n'a que des formations avec son ordinateur et tous ces trucs. Il gagne beaucoup plus que moi. Comment se fait-il? Mon rêve en moi était de travailler dur et voyager à travers le monde. J'aime bien l'Amérique par exemple. J'adore l'Amérique. J'adore Paris, Bruxelles, tous ces... J'adore. J'aimerais bien travailler avec des étrangers. Des Sénégalais, des Togolais, des Algériens. Moi, j'aimerais bien tout ça. I will dream to be connected with the world. But his world has become one village. No way. No way. No way. You know what? He's always talking about zoom, 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 and zoom. So what is that zoom? Zoom. 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 Link it. Zoom. Database. Zoom. 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 He always got more opportunities than me.
You had a life. Somebody took a scissor and made a stop. But material home was lost, I was always on the move. Everything was really disappearing. Nothing really exists. You have absolutely no idea how long it will last. You had this hope. This is gonna end tomorrow. But it continues.
No. This is too much.
No digital.
No more.
No digital.
No money.
No digital.
Nothing.
No digital.
Nothing.
No digital.
Nothing. No one.
No digital.
No school.
No digital.
Amidst the time one lonely echoes.
No digital. No money.
And had
I
ashes
used
left
to
me,
be like
clouding memories.
I
Voices
wasn't
from
always
within
tech
passed
savvy,
like fiery
but
powder.
I learned.
In the
And
midst
you
of
can learn
storms,
too.
the wind rises with dust around
You
me.
need to understand that the
Dust to
future
soul.
is moving within that direction. Let go of this. This has become obsolete. But the future lies here in the tip of your fingers. And you, just as I, can learn the ways of digital transformation. You can learn if you open your mind to the possibilities. Observe.
What's this?
Well, that is Facebook.
Facebook.
Yes. And you can send all your emails here.
Ah.
And collaborate over here.
Oh. That's why I never struggle with papers. I see. Show me Zoom.
Of course.
Zoom. Oh, the Zoom. Oh, link. I want to see link. Zoom. Hey, no digital, no work. I want to know more. Show me more. Oh. No digital, no work.
Digital transformation is the beginning of a revolution. And the youth have a pivotal role to play. What will the African create? With the click, click, click of a button, you can transcend space and time, collaborate with people on the cloud before your feet touch the ground. But who does this power truly belong? What will the African create with a lack of infrastructure, critical skills, and big data? The gap between the unskilled and the skilled keeps widening, and we need creatives, leaders, problem solvers to solve this problem. And I'm not just talking about in the urban areas where the AC keeps the air cool. I'm talking about where the majority of my people exist in the rural areas. Problem solvers, creatives, leaders need to bridge the gap. And we can, together, transform our continent.
Africa mubyeyi wacu waramutse Africa yacu
In the land of the ones and zeros, will I survive in the Silicon Valley? Or will I eventually be disposed?
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mashirika, which is a very famously known cultural group we have here in Rwanda. Another hand of applause for Mashirika, please. For the next part of the program, which is the Best Practice Award ceremony, I'm ill-equipped to be the one running it, so I'll leave you to someone who knows much more than I do, someone who's very well dressed. I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is. As you can see, Nicholas, come here. Nicholas Gatete. I was fixing his tie earlier. I don't know if it's still fixed, but it looks good. You look good. You look good. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Like he said, my name is Nicholas, and I'll be taking you through the next step, which is the Best Practice Awards. It is with great pleasure that I join you here today to present the outstanding achievements in the form of Best Practice Awards to our ATCs and strategic partners. In Africa, this is the second year ICDL Africa is recognizing the efforts of both ATCs and strategic partners at an ICDL Africa ATC forum. As an ICDL staff and account manager, I'm constantly in touch with ATCs, and to be honest, this is always my best part of the ICDL Africa forum. This year, our ATCs were relentless in their effort to drive digital literacy in their respective regions, all the way from South Africa to Madagascar, the East African countries of Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, and most recently to join the ICDL Africa family, the Republic of Central Africa. All the way to the French-speaking countries of Benin, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, and Senegal. ICDL is the digital skills standard, and it is great that we are growing as a team, driven by the urgent dream to realize a digital literate Africa. The ATCs and strategic partners receiving awards this afternoon have made an immeasurable contribution to our community over the past 2 years, working to improve the lives of our students and future leaders. To kick off this ceremony, I would like to begin with the Ministry of ICT and Innovation, Rwanda. 2020 was a challenging year for both private and public sectors. COVID-19 brought about the realization of the increasing need for digital skills in education and workforce all over Africa. In Rwanda, the Ministry of ICT and Innovation, in partnership with ICDL Africa, agreed to test the literacy level of staff in different sectors in the workforce with the help of our ICDL Campus tool. The results gave a clear picture of the need for digital skills in the workforce, given the underlying circumstances for remote work, and an immediate plan of action was made. The ministry, in partnership with Rwanda Development Board, have supported digital literacy training for most public institutions. A group of 5 ICDL accredited centers was selected, and training has started for most staff in public institutions. ICDL Africa has become a respected voice for digital skills in Rwanda and a key partner for the Ministry of ICT and Innovation in its commitment to international digital skills certification standards for all Rwandans. ICDL supported the development of a national digital talent policy in Rwanda, which has encouraged different organizations like Rwanda Revenue Authority and the National Bank of Rwanda, Rwanda Defense Force to train and certify their staff in digital skills and ICDL. With the support from the Ministry of ICT and Innovation, ICDL has managed to certify over 7,000 candidates in Rwanda through a partner network of over 32 accredited centers. And it is for this profound reason that ICDL Africa recognizes the unlimited support the Ministry of ICT and Innovation has provided. Receiving the recognition award on behalf of the Ministry of ICT and Innovation, please, let's join our hands as we welcome Mr. Yves Iradukunda, the Permanent Secretary to the Minister of ICT and Innovation. And to help give him the award is our CEO, General Manager, CEO and General Manager, please. A big round of applause for the Ministry of ICT and Innovation, everyone. Thank you very much. If we could just kindly go on the center so that we can take clear pictures, because we want people to see our efforts. We want people to see that we've really done a great job. Just for pictures, this is to remind everyone that is going to be receiving an award this afternoon. Once you receive an award, please, you just join at the stage to take pictures, and then we can. And that is the Permanent Secretary to the Minister of ICT and Innovation, Mr. Yves Iradukunda, receiving an award, a recognition award from ICDL Africa. Thank you very much. Yeah, our next recipient of the award is TED Fund, and I'm always excited when I speak about TED Fund. TED Fund is the Tertiary Education Trust Fund. It's an intervention agency set up to provide supplementary support to all levels of public tertiary institution, with the main target of using funding alongside project management for the rehabilitation, restoration, and consolidation of tertiary education in Nigeria. The agency has been at the forefront of providing the support needed by the tertiary institutions in Nigeria for the delivery of their mandate. Under the visionary leadership of Professor Elias Bogoro, the agency is transforming tertiary institutions across Nigeria with the funding of ICT-centered interventions. He's a strong believer that in the current knowledge economy, ICT will be the driver in deciding if Africa was to compete globally. TED Fund is the leading body committed to ensure that there is a turnaround in the integration of ICT in Nigeria's public tertiary institution. To this effect, the agency created the ICT Support Intervention, which is designed to deepen the use and knowledge of information and communications technology in Nigeria's public tertiary institution. The TED Fund ICDL partnership is a direct result of this intervention. And ever since TED Fund adopted the implementation of ICDL curriculum as the standard certification for their training of the academic and non-academic teaching staff of the tertiary institutions in Nigeria, over 17,000 candidates have certified in ICDL, and 23,000 ICDL tests have been done so far. And it is with immense joy that ICDL Africa would like to recognize the role TED Fund is playing in the digital transformation in Nigeria. Receiving the award, the Best Practice Award, as a project that continues to surpass our expectations, join me as we welcome Professor Elias Bogoro, the Executive Secretary of TED Fund. Another round of applause, please, everyone. Thank you very much. So, still on TED Fund, allow me to just welcome one of an ATC in Nigeria that has benefited from the project, and I would like to welcome my very good friend Osman Bello to come and just share a few words.
The ICD family, good afternoon. I would like to start by congratulating the Executive Secretary, TED Fund, for a well-deserved award. It truly reflects the impact and the magnitude of the intervention in ICT in the area of digital transformation. before the broad evaluation he mentioned, as a beneficiary institution, I can give a small snapshot of the impact of the training. One, I want to talk from both a training center and as well as a beneficiary. And I'm glad the secretary said that it's going to go down, and that is what we envisaged in the first place. That is why when the intervention guideline came, we tried to be a center first, and we now know the advantages of being a center to train our staff in ICDL. More to it, in Africa, this kind of intervention is a model. It's a model in such a way that we are taking just about 17,000 staff. But the main thing is that if not because of this intervention, it can hardly be achieved to train about 17,000 staff across the whole of a country. So that should be a model if you want to do it in a systematic way. Just like what the CEO is saying, that there is need for a strategic plan, implementation plan, and then the actual implementation. So going to the impacts of what has made, as we train our staff, we see the impact in the classroom, in the workplace, and the new zeal to use the systems and computers. Ordinarily, some people that don't even use digital technologies now have confidence and use it all over. And that is the direct benefit. Another indirect benefit, our institution is the teacher training institution, and the Faculty of Education produce teachers, and that will have a ripple effect in the secondary schools and is in the whole generality of citizens at the youth at the primary school level. So, and moreover, if a model is done to sustain this, it will go a long way into improving the ICT, that is for digital transformation. Among the components of digital transformation, the TED Fund has done about 3 components out of it. 1 is the training, the human capacity. 2 is the web portal. And the 3rd one now is the upcoming learning management system. So from there, maybe you'll go to other components and so on. But of course, we're just, like I said, it's a model for us to have a universal digital transformation through such models. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bello. I'll go to another recipient of the Best Practice Award, and it will be answered all the way from Cote d'Ivoire. Under the leadership of Mr. Uloji Sorokipeya, the Director General of ANSUT, the National Digital Skills Certification Program has been at the forefront of digital literacy transformation in Cote d'Ivoire. After opening the first ICDL test center in Cote d'Ivoire at ANSUT for each staff to be fully certified, ANSUT ICDL team set up a national plan embracing all the sectors, public administrations, private sectors, and schools, and in which they plan to certify more than 50,000 candidates each year. ANSUT has done a lot of sensitization for digital skills in West Africa. And a big round of applause as we welcome the Managing Director of ANSUT, Monsieur Ibrahim Konate, to receive the Best Practice Award in Workforce. Another round of applause as he comes, please. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. It's the next institution to receive an award, and this is the Best Practice Award in Education, is Haute École de Commerce et de Management. HSM, through its constant search for excellence and its culture of school-business relations, quickly established itself in the higher education sector as a benchmark establishment that has won the confidence of employers both nationally and in most of the French-speaking countries of the sub-Saharan Africa. Students from nearly 20 countries come to train there each year. HSM, which has 7 campuses in Benin, became an ICDL test center in 2020. Since then, they have trained over 3,500 students and administrative staff in ICDL, thanks to the visionary leadership of Mr. Akena Tonde. HSM has demonstrated outstanding qualities as an ICDL ATC in driving digital literacy in Benin. ICDL Africa would like to award Best Practice Award in Education to HSM, and join me as well as Mr. Akena Tonde is already here, the member of Parliament, but here in the capacity of Director and Founder of HSM. Thank you very much. A very big round of applause for him, please. I would like to thank the General Manager and the CEO of ICDL for helping us into this activity. Thank you very much, and that's it from me. See you next year.
Thank you, Nicolas. Give Nicolas a hand of applause. He did a fantastic job. All right. Finally, before we close today's event, let me ask once more Madame la Ministre de la République centrafricaine de bien vouloir nous adresser un dernier mot avant qu'on se sépare ce midi. Merci.
Monsieur le représentant de la ministre de l'Innovation, Monsieur le président directeur général de l'ICDL, Madame la directrice générale de l'ICDL Afrique, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est pour moi un honneur et motif de fierté d'être invité à prendre part à ce forum. Je vous remercie de cette marque de confiance. Pour ceux qui ne me connaissent pas, avant d'être nommé au gouvernement, je travaillais dans une compagnie de téléphonie privée internationale. Donc, j'ai eu à contribuer modestement au déploiement de compétences numériques dans mon pays. En l'entame de mes propos, je voudrais m'acquitter d'un devoir, celui de remercier son Excellence, le professeur Faustin Archange Touadéra, président de la République, chef de l'État, son Excellence Henri-Marie Dandra, qui a autorisé ma délégation à participer à ce forum dans ce beau pays. Aussi, je voudrais transmettre les chaleureuses salutations de son Excellence le professeur Faustin Archange Touadéra, président centrafricain, à son Excellence Paul Kagame, président du Rwanda, et au gouvernement, et au peuple frère. Monsieur le représentant de la ministre de TIC et de l'Innovation, Monsieur le président directeur général de l'ICDL, Madame la directrice générale de l'ICDL Afrique, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, de nombreuses études démontrent que le potentiel de développement porté par les technologies de l'information et de la communication en matière d'emploi reste théorique pour des milliers de personnes en Afrique, compte tenu de l'existence réelle de la disparité d'accès aux technologies informatiques, notamment Internet, entre un pays d'une part, des riches et des pauvres d'autre part. Dans la perspective de bâtir une société juste, équitable, inclusive et de promouvoir la protection sociale pour tous, la question de la fracture numérique ou d'accès universel aux technologies informatiques est fondamentale. La fracture numérique ou le fossé numérique se matérialise par les inégalités dans l'usage et l'accès aux technologies de l'information et de la communication telles que le téléphone portable, l'ordinateur ou le réseau Internet. En Afrique, si la fracture numérique ne représente qu'une infime partie de l'ensemble des inégalités de développement, il n'en demeure pas moins que les technologies d'information et de la communication ont révolutionné la vie des populations isolées ayant des revenus modestes. C'est le cas de transfert d'argent et de rapprochement par la télécommunication des personnes physiques éloignées les unes des autres. Dans le sillage de la déclaration de principes adoptée à l'issue du sommet mondial sur la société de l'information tenu à Genève en 2003, les participants avaient été unanimes à reconnaître la nécessité d'édifier une société à dimension humaine, inclusive et privilégiant le développement. Une société de l'information dans laquelle chacun ait la possibilité de créer, d'obtenir, d'utiliser et de partager l'information et le savoir, et dans laquelle les individus, les communautés puissent aussi réaliser l'intégralité de leur potentiel dans la promotion de leur développement durable et l'amélioration de leur qualité de vie conformément aux buts et aux principes de la Charte des Nations Unies et de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Pendant cette crise sanitaire liée au Covid-19, avec pour conséquence le télétravail et les visioconférences, les moyens numériques sont devenus de puissantes alternatives aux activités sans contact physique ou en mode présentiel, mais ont aussi accentué la fracture digitale par manque de compétences consécutives à la diminution ou arrêt des programmes, de renforcer de capacités ou de formation d'une part, et par la réduction de revenus pour les populations pauvres ou vulnérables qui ne peuvent dépendantes de leur activité quotidienne et habituelle. La question centrale qui nous a réunis tous aujourd'hui dans ce forum est celle de savoir comment agir pour réduire cette facture numérique en Afrique. Les réflexions qui ont découlé de cette préoccupation sont, à mon humble avis, de 4 ordres. D'abord, avec une population en croissance démographique sans précédent, dont en grande partie constitue des jeunes, l'urgence pour l'Afrique est de lutter contre l'analphabétisme pour réduire l'illettrisme numérique, vecteur de l'ignorance et de pauvreté. Ensuite, les pays africains devraient chercher à disposer des moyens techniques adéquats ou, à défaut, mutualiser leurs efforts en vue de combler les inégalités numériques entre les pays en privilégiant la coopération sud-sud. C'est ainsi que les problèmes de connexion devraient être résolus pour permettre une meilleure qualité de service pour tous. Enfin, en partant de ce forum, une chaîne de solidarité entre les pays africains devrait être enclenchée pour réduire cette inégalité de développement dans cet élan que je ne puisse m'empêcher de rappeler la proposition de l'ancien président sénégalais, Maître Abdoulaye Wade, qui avait indiqué en son temps la nécessité de création d'un fonds de solidarité numérique destiné à transformer la fracture numérique en opportunité numérique via le financement des projets structurants, l'appui de la demande solvable, la mise à disposition d'équipements adaptés, le développement des contenus locaux et la formation des ressources humaines. Cette réflexion reste encore d'actualité. Partant du principe selon lequel, étant membre de ce village planétaire, nous devons bénéficier de retombées de son développement. Il n'y a pas de retard à rattraper, car ce n'est pas une question de compétition, mais de survie. Nous devrons tous nous inspirer des modèles de réussite des derniers à cause de leur croissance démographique et qui, grâce aux visions éclairées de leurs dirigeants et à la volonté ainsi qu'au courage de leur peuple, sont devenus ce qu'ils sont aujourd'hui. Je fais allusion à certains pays asiatiques ou de Golfe. Aussi, l'Afrique ne manque pas d'exemples. Le cas rwandais, qui est devenu le nouveau Singapour d'Afrique, et d'autres pays de l'Afrique australe sont là pour nous édifier. Certes, les défis que conforte au jour d'aujourd'hui l'Afrique en matière de réduction de fractures numériques sont de taille, mais ne sont pas insurmontables. En d'autres termes, ceci ne constitue pas une fatalité pour l'Afrique. Avec un peu de volonté, nous parviendrons à les surpasser. En ce qui concerne mon pays, la République centrafricaine, malgré la crise sécuritaire que ce pays a connue et au retour progressif de la sécurité grâce à nos forces de défense et de sécurité appuyées par leurs alliés dans les forces rwandaises et les autres contingents des Nations Unies, nous disposons d'au moins trois compagnies privées et d'une société parapublique de télécommunications. La contribution du numérique dans la création d'emplois et la croissance économique n'est plus à démontrer. Avec une population de 5 millions d'habitants, le secteur du numérique contribue à la création de plus de 2000 emplois directs et plus de 5000 emplois indirects. Ces emplois directs sont constitués du personnel des opérateurs de téléphonie et leurs vendeurs ou revendeurs des crédits téléphoniques et les cartes ou puces téléphoniques. Les emplois indirects sont générés par les prestataires de services et les vendeurs de divers kits de télécommunications, téléphones, ordinateurs et d'autres. Et aussi, il y a ceux qui travaillent dans le domaine du transfert d'argent. En plus de cette première contribution, je peux citer les travailleurs dont leurs activités dépendent du numérique, les banques, l'aéronautique, la santé, la sécurité, la défense, le commerce et l'éducation. À cela s'ajoutent les nouveaux jeunes entrepreneurs numériques dénommés les startups. La contribution majeure du numérique est son apport à l'économie nationale par le paiement des impôts. Malgré ces contributions, les défis subsistent encore. Il s'agit de la couverture de l'ensemble du territoire national grand de 625 000 km² et aussi de la qualité des services offerts. Compte tenu de l'évolution démographique et de la nécessité d'améliorer la qualité des services, le gouvernement que dirige Henri-Marie Dandra, sous la clairvoyance de son Excellence, le professeur Faustin Archange Touadéra, président de la République, chef de l'État, a déployé des efforts pour, notamment, la connectivité par le biais des fibres optiques dans le pays. Ainsi, d'ici peu de temps, les problèmes de la connexion dans le pays seront un lointain souvenir. Le ministre du Travail, de l'Emploi de la protection sociale et de la formation professionnelle que j'ai l'honneur de diriger compte déployer des projets de formation des jeunes centrafricains et organiser les jeunes talents start-up en nouvelles catégories d'entrepreneurs. Un autre défi est l'organisation et la réglementation de ces secteurs pour permettre aux jeunes travailleurs numériques informels puissent être protégés et bénéficier des prestations sociales. Je ne saurais terminer sans remercier les autorités rwandaises pour leur accueil. Je félicite l'ICDL pour cette initiative louable qui nous a permis de nous retrouver ici à Kigali. J'exhorte l'ICDL à poursuivre cet effort de développement de compétences numériques en Afrique. La République centrafricaine, mon pays, est disposée à coopérer avec tous les pays ou structures œuvrant pour relever les défis de formation, de l'emploi des jeunes et des femmes, ainsi que la protection sociale dans le domaine numérique. À toutes et à tous, je vous remercie pour votre participation aux travaux dont les conclusions serviront de base pour réduire les factures numériques en Afrique en vue de permettre le développement socio-économique de notre continent. Je salue le climat de convivialité et de compréhension qui ont prévalu durant les travaux, ce qui démontre l'engagement de tout un chacun pour la réussite de ce forum. Je souhaite à tout un chacun bon retour. Vive la coopération sud entre les pays africains et les institutions internationales pour que vive une Afrique unie, solidaire et prospère. Vive l'ICDL pour que vive une Afrique solidaire et prospère. Je vous remercie. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre. Encore une main d'applaudissement pour Madame la Ministre. Merci. All right, a few words before we conclude today's proceedings. First of all, a reminder that tomorrow we will have a Kigali city tour by bus. For those who are interested, the price is $40 US. You're interested, there's a gentleman by the name of Sam standing at the back. He could help out. Also, the delegation from Ivory Coast, la délégation ivoirienne m'a demandé si c'est possible que les récipiendaires des prix puissent prendre une photo officielle avec Madame la General Manager et Monsieur le CEO, ici devant, une photo officielle. Et le ministre ivoirien, et Madame la ministre centrafricaine également. En dernier, juste après cela, vous êtes conviés tous à un lunch. Alors, pour les 3 tables ici, c'est-à-dire les 3 tables qui sont devant moi, restez assis. Il y aura une équipe de protocole qui viendra vous diriger vers l'aire de lunch. Pour tous les autres, nous allons sortir et à l'extérieur, il y aura Sam et son équipe qui sont là pour nous guider. So for these 3 tables here, please remain seated for lunch. Our ushers, starting with Sam, will show you where to actually have lunch. Everybody else, let's quietly exit the room. Ushers will be outside to show you the lunch area. Today was a very good day, was a very important day. It's a day I look forward to every year. Again, as I said, as we were starting, digital literacy is something that's truly dear to my heart. Clearly, it's dear to everybody's heart here. As the minister said, hopefully every African country comes together and understands that this is not only the present, but the future of this continent. Thank you very much. My name is Regis Isheja. It's been an honor and a pleasure once again. Thank you. Well, one small reminder also that at 5 p.m. today, at 5 p.m. there will be a cocktail. There will be a cocktail on the rooftop of this hotel, Ubume Grand. So there will be a cocktail on the rooftop of this hotel.